to the channel where the dough don't rise. Broken Baker's here with the sarcastic eyes. From Danish pastries to courtroom crime, where the spelling's a mess, but the humor's prime. Pro-se defendants taking the stand, with wine moms laughing, glass in hand. Mods like Marissa and Valhalla too. Irish and whiskey keep the chat in view. It's trial tribulations with a sprinkle of wit. Chats popping off, yeah, they never quit. Jamie's got the deals and the beauty hacks. Dollar store glam keeping us on track. So come for the crime, stay for the snark. Broken Baker's baking up a legal spark. Mo hops in with spicy takes. Jemima's got the docs, Farrell brings the shakes. Brandon keeps it wild, Iron Rabbit keeps it chill. Together they're the dream team, streaming the thrill. With courtroom chaos and dry witty flair, we're roasting defendants, cause life's not fair. Grab your wine, your snacks, and settle in. Chat's the real star, let the fun begin. It's trials, tribulations with a sprinkle of wit. Chats popping off, yeah, they never quit. Jamie's got the deals and the beauty hacks. Dollar store glam keeping us on track. So come for the crime, stay for the snark. Broken Baker's baking up a legal spark. Broken Baker streaming, so don't you miss, where courtrooms and sarcasm meet Danish bliss. Mods and chat, we're keeping it clever. True crime and dry humor now and forever.
Hey, how y'all doing? And welcome to, well, I don't know what this is going to be, because it's a hearing that pertains to the Slender Man case. Some of you might remember it. It was two young girls in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I believe it was Kenosha, home of all the crimes, that got on that Slender Man thing that happened back in 2014, maybe. And they stabulated one of their friends. They were 12 years old at the time. It was Morgan Geyser and her friend Anissa Weier who lured their classmate Peyton Leutner into the woods in Waukesha, where they stabulated her 19 times, 18 times, 19 times, in an attempt to appease Slender Man. Leutner survived the attack and managed to crawl to a nearby road, where she was found by a bicyclist. And Geyser and Weier were both charged with attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Geyser was found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, and was committed to the Winnebago Mental Health Institute for 40 years. Weier received a sentence of 25 years to life in a mental health institution, but she was granted early release in 2021. Morgan Geyser has tried to have early release, I believe, 3 times, and have had it denied every time. Well, if you came here for English correctness, you're wrong. I read it as it's written. Drink like a champion today. Champions are horses, so remember to drink lots of water, is what Brandon is saying. And it's always, especially if you're a little bit older, not that I'm saying Brandon is a little bit older, but to remember to get your 40 gallons of water every day, not health advice, and stay hydrated, everyone, because who knows? Frolicking can lead to moistness. Thank you, Brandon. but it's a competence. It's a release hearing. Let me just mess it up. Why the hell isn't my? I am live. Why isn't my YouTube live? What the hell's going on with my YouTube? Hello. Why the hell? This is. Hello. Can you please do what you're supposed to do? Oh. Now it's working. Well, I've only been going for 5 minutes, so could be fun if I'd been talking into the void, but I'm not. I'm talking to all you nice people, and I've never watched hearings like this before. If it's just 45 psychologists who will sit and talk and say, well, clearly, going by the DSM-5, you can see there's a slight delay in her mental acuity. We might drop it again, but nothing else going on but the rent. And that's why I thought, hey, Jamie, as you all know, loves horror. Her favorite movie is Leprechauns Back in the Hood. So Slender Man is a little bit of a horror movie thing. So I thought we can do that just to make Jamie happy, because I only live for Jamie's smiles. And cookies. I like cookies as well. Yes, 40 gallons at least. Not mental advice. You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. Brandon, you are correct, Amondo. And I didn't start in the morning. I started my day with a summons to court, because someone had chosen to drive his car into an elderly man and unalived him. So your cell phone is in here. If your cell phone is in here, it better be a direct call from God. Remember to turn off your cell phones in court. So I started my day with an involuntary manslaughter case. That's always nice, especially when they have video of the impact. Not every day as a layman is a good day, because you get to see videos of cars plowing into people. Competency hearing, exactly, or an early release. What I can say, Brandon. Yes, yes. It's 12:28, so it's either too early or too late for the M word. Actually, there is never a good time for the M word. No, that's why we call it Red Rum on this channel. I'm so far behind. Who needs a cell phone when you can type more on a computer? Here's Brandon. Are you on your computer today? Then didn't you say yesterday a full keyboard made you go cray-cray? How many times will Morgan Geyser try and get released? Last time round, she did not look well. I didn't watch it last time. I remember the case now when it came up. We were talking about it, the Muddies and I, and again, if it's just a very dry hearing, I might just say hasta la taco. But it could be interesting to hear, because I know she was interviewed at her last hearing and she was crying a lot, and she was she didn't seem all there. Don't listen to Jamie. Jamie's mean. I know speaking English. I don't know what you mean. It's going to be a long morning. Well, it's going to be a long afternoon, but it's okay. It only took us 4 hours in court, so that was good. She's also a good actress. I haven't watched much. I just saw that part where she's asked if she can remember what happened.
And it's usually in between levels. Yeah.
She is 25 years old,
And
I
then
believe.
obviously the line we can't test until someone talks on the Zoom. What's that, Christian? All right. Yeah, I think they're good too. Oh, yeah, but
Yes, he pled guilty. The problem is you have to, by Danish law, it's paragraph 241, second subsection, because subsection 1 is when you are impaired. This guy, he was sleepy, he had been out working, and he just misses. He didn't see this bicyclist and slams into him. And then we have to figure out how to what punishment should he get, because if he had just been drunk, it's really easy. Then it's 3.5, 4 years in prison. But he was just tired, so it's different. But he pled guilty. We have videos of it and everything. So it was an easy case in that way, but the sentencing was really hard because there's no established sentencing guidelines for that type of cases, because it's really hard to prove someone fell asleep in the car.
should I show that, Jessica?
22? No, she's 21, isn't she? Oh, 25? I read somewhere she's 25. They were 12 when it happened. Yeah, no, so she can't. Yeah, she must be 22, 23 years old, because it's 10 years ago. You are correct, Crystal. Thank you much. Now I lost my hearing due to that. I don't know. She is the lady who oh, she got a haircut. This is Morgan Geyser. She is the girl who stabulated another girl because of the Slender Man thing. So she's been in a mental hospital for 10 years now. You're working on it. This is a marathon. I don't know. Curious about the hearing, but personally don't think it is safe to release her, although Anissa is already out, so I guess that might be why. I just really feel for Peyton. Anissa has been out for 3 years, so who? Yes, and she pled guilty to attempted first degree. Anissa only was second degree only, but still. And she was the one who had the stabulator. Hello, Colorado. She stabulated at another 12-year-old girl because they were afraid of Slender Man. Remember back then when everyone was hyping Slender Man? That was back around the time when people showed up outside people's houses in clown masks and stuff like that. She and her accomplice lured another girl into a wood and then stabulated her 18 or 19 times. Well, we have to find out, because I don't know this girl, and as always, I'll go wherever the court takes me. I barely remember. Well, I don't remember any facts of the case, other than I remember there was a lot of hype about Slender Man. I believe, didn't Netflix or HBO make a show about this? Maybe 5, 6 years ago, I believe there was a Slender Man show. I can't remember it. She has schizophrenia. I can't remember what Anissa was diagnosed with. Oh, interesting. Hey, Queen. Probably not, because they were 12 years old at the time and they pled guilty, so there was no trial. But I don't think a 12-year-old's... I haven't seen it. Again, I've been talking with the muddies about this the last couple of days, but other than that, I haven't done any deep dives. I haven't looked into any of it. When I was 12, I was too simple playing with dolls, makeup. I was not a criminal mastermind. When I was 12, no, when I was 13, I started drinking and going to clubs. We lived different lives. Slender Man, that's like my kid believing that bloody siren head is real. Come on now. Who? The football game is at 7:30. Oh, you're watching football today. I would think football when reading anything if you want to understand the pending Catholics versus prophylactics showdown. Why are you playing on a weekday? Why not play it on the weekend, so people don't have to be at work and they can get hammered? Oh, we could teach you Yanks so much about fan culture and alcohol. Because if you get into a fight on Saturday, you are ready to go back to work on Monday. Thank you, Brandon. Siren head. I could make a joke, but I shouldn't make a joke because this is very, very important. Oh, I missed the super chat. That's why I didn't get what Brandon was talking about. Go Iris. Great Penn State and Greenland. I told you, Brandon, you can have Greenland. I am not that attached to it. Because 50,000 people living on an island that can't sustain itself and is a draw on the Danish coffers for $4 billion a year. But I love how everyone is going absolutely crazy about it. It's just bravado. NFL competition. What did they do that to that hair? Maybe she likes it that way. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a personal stylist. Yeah, and ads is what makes American football go round. Morgan's father also had schizophrenia as well. Her father... Oh, that's sad. Hey, Robbie, how you doing? Kids are weird. Clearly, this girl is still mentally ill. Look how short her hair is. Well, you can't... Emma Stone just got a pixie cut as well. So you can't say just because they have short hair. Hey, strong voice. Are we going to get started at some point? He's looking at his calendar. And now he's checking his emails. That's nice that we can follow along in his emails. Maybe don't film that. Maybe she got lice. It could be. Yeah. Back in the day, that's how they kept the lice population down. I wish I was smart enough to make up something like Skippity Toilet and cash in, make big money. Well, you can do the Hack 2 thing and then cash in on what is it called? Electronic coins, meme coins, and then get sued to oblivion because people felt cheated. People who invest in those coins should lose every ability to sue for it because a Hack 2A coin, come on now. Yeah, find out his email address and send it and say, what's Baker on the YouTubes? Hey, Claire. No, she's not. She's in Spider-Man. If I was in the clink, I think I'd had that kind of cut too. I can't see hair washing being a priority. No, and if you get into a fight, that's more to grab onto. Meme coin, exactly, a meme coin. Jessica, you're way younger than me. You understand all the fancy internet things. My kid calls me bro or bra. You haven't given them an adjustment slap just yet. It's my youngest had a period of doing that, and we got over that real fast. When she, oh, that's how you. Nope, that's not my name. Call me by my name. Come on, you're 15 minutes late. Come. Yes, you look 19 in your picture, so I believe you. But actually, I'm not 27. My 27th birthday will be in 2 weeks. I'll be. Yes. In 2 weeks, I will turn 27. Morgan is at the Winnebago Mental Health Facility. It's not the best and littered with adults mentally ill, scary place. Yeah, sometimes prison is better than going to mental institutes.
So the person logged in as Montana. Could you identify your?
Have I turned the audio down? No.
You have to unmute.
No, I'm on my normal levels.
You have to unmute.
You need to go to a proper tailgate before you can say anything about doing things for the culture of football. It's more like a pre-game fight festival. Well, I tried to do all the things when I was in the US the last time. Maybe you should take it up with Valhalla. He kind of fun blocked me on a lot of things. No Waffle House, no Mousetrap. I'm just saying, no Hooters. I didn't get to see all the cultural enrichments America have given the world.
I'm Peg's grandmother.
Okay, thank you.
Apparently, Sigma is the new Rogue Alpha. What's Rogue Alpha? She probably doesn't get much choice in her haircut. They probably purposely keep it short for a number of reasons. No, she had a long hair. She had very long hair at the last hearing. Birthday is on the 15th. Our birthday are close. Well, mine. I am a jellyfish, so mine is on the 21st, and I will be planning another giveaway stream because I'm having my 27th birthday. And how many times do you get to have your 27th birthday? So I will be planning a giveaway stream. I'll just have to find some stuff to give away. You'll be 26 this year. Interesting. I'll be the same as my middle child. Twinsies. That's Irish twins. And you're from Scotland. That doesn't work. Oh, and TLA is on the 16th. Oh, we should have another big January party. The expert is on the, is it the 20th or something like that? No, he's later than I am. It's the mouse ear, not trap. Sorry, Southern Red Sox girl. But still, I would know that if Valhalla didn't fun block me. Yes. Valhalla had a goat stream last night. Yeah, I saw that. I was sleeping, but I like his goat streams. It's kind of like my night streams. There's not much previous content. It's just hanging out and talking to friends. I like that. Well, that's what today's hearing will be about, to prove it. Thank you, Trish. Is Jamie here? Today's coffee flavor is blueberry waffle. Oh, 24th. Oh, all the jellyfishes unite. Hooters has stiff competition from the tilted net, killed the Twin Peaks, and your traditional gentleman's club. I would have been happy with any of them, but Valhalla said, "No, sir. This is a good Christian city. We don't go such places."
All right.
Well,
Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
and please turn
The
up your
court will
audio.
call the matter of State of Wisconsin versus Morgan E. Geyser, case number 14 CF 596. Appearances.
State judged by Tetsa Packwitz and Abby Nicolai. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Morgan Geyser with Attorney Anthony Cotton. She's here in person.
All right, thank you and good morning. Let me just get the case called up on the.
Who is touching the microphone?
Makes sense.
You can call up Sarah Boone. She has a spare one. Hey, Anya. Hey, Helen from Holland. I believe at least he was the same judge who had her at the last hearing. But again, I didn't look up the original case.
Excuse me. So we're here this morning on a petition that was filed for supervised release. I just want to go through a little bit of history of the case to set the matter in context. So in this matter, the index offense, or the offense for which we're in court today, happened on May 31, 2014. Ultimately, Ms. Geyser entered a guilty plea to count one of the information which charged an attempted first-degree intentional homicide as party to a crime. She was found guilty of that offense. The state struck an enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. By agreement,
No, I have nothing else than I saw on the twit that the fires were 2 streets away from AJ's house. I believe I saw somewhere, but again, I've been in court all day, so I haven't followed along.
various reports were accepted, and the court found Ms. Geyser not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The court then committed her to the Department of Health Services for preparation of reports. Reports were prepared, and then on February 1st, 2018, the court committed Ms. Geyser to the Department of Health Services for 40 years, finding that the conditional release of Ms. Geyser would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or of serious property damage. Now, since then, Ms. Geyser's filed 2 petitions for conditional release that were withdrawn before hearings occurred. There was a 3rd petition for release that was filed in January of 2024. Court conducted hearings with regard to that petition on April 10 and 11, 2024, and denied the petition. She has now again filed a petition for supervised release. The court's ordered the various doctors to prepare reports. Courts received reports from Dr. Brooke Lundbohm, Dr. Deborah Collins, and Dr. Kenneth Robbins. Those reports have been received and are in the file. Court also received a letter report from the Winnebago Mental Health Institute that was dated November 7, 2024. in this matter, the petition, in the hearing on the petition is governed by section 971.17 sub 4 of the statutes. It's a hearing before the court without a jury. The burden's on the state to establish by, the burden is on the state's burden in this case is to prove by clear and convincing evidence that the commitment should continue because the individual is presently a danger to herself or to others. So that's the context of the case that will proceed, and the state has the burden of proceeding. Any comments with regard to that from the state?
No, Judge, no comments.
Any comments from Attorney Cotton?
No.
All right, well then I'm prepared to proceed. State's prepared to proceed.
Yes.
All right, victims have been notified.
Yes, and some and perhaps others will at some point be joining, and they're all present by Zoom.
All right, very good. We have individuals present by Zoom, I know, so we'll proceed on that basis. So with that, then I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Judge. The state did pre-mark 2 exhibits that I know defense counsel has stipulated to their entry. Exhibit 1 is the CV of Brooke Lundbohm, and exhibit 2 is her report, document 617, filed December 30th of 2024. So I'd move exhibits 1 and 2 into evidence. I have copies for the court.
Any objections?
None.
All right, very good. Thank you. The exhibits 1 and 2 will be received. Yeah, thank you.
Good to hear that, Pokemon. Yeah,
And,
some
Dr.
witnesses might join
Lundbohm's appearing by
via Zoom.
Correct. The state would call Dr. Lundbohm.
Okay,
I can't turn court up anymore. Hopefully, Court TV will adjust the setting because it's very low. But as always, I'll stop before I start talking so I don't blow out your ears. So you get a little time to regulate if you need it, because this is one of those cases where it seems like it's going to be very low from court.
Doctor, are you there? All right. Dr. Lundbohm, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to stand, raise your right hand. Clerk will swear you in. Do the best you can. There we go.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Then state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Dr. Brooke Lundbohm. First name is spelled Brooke. Last name is Lundbohm.
All right, very good. Thank you, doctor.
I love that top right had to adjust his speakerphone. And volume is lower than Baker's T level. Brandon, be nice. I will root for Notre Dame if you don't act like Jamie all day.
Then Attorney Nicolai.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Lundbohm.
Good morning.
Doctor, you submitted a report dated December 30th of 2024 regarding petition for conditional release filed by Morgan Geyser. Is that true?
Correct.
And that report has already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2, but you're familiar with that report as you sit here today, true?
Yes.
And you've had a long history with Ms. Geyser. Is that also accurate?
Yes.
And in fact, on page 2 of your report, you actually outline the various evaluations and reports that you've done regarding Ms. Geyser and her various stages of psychiatric stability. Is that true?
Yes.
And those date all the way back to 2016.
That's correct, although I also did complete a competency examination early on in the evaluation as well, or the case as well, which was actually 2014.
And in April of last year, you actually testified at a conditional release hearing for Ms. Geyser as well. Is that true?
Of this year, that's correct.
Of 2024?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2024. Yes, that's right.
Okay. So I just have a few questions. Ultimately today, Dr. Lundbohm, you did form an opinion for the judge regarding your belief of whether Ms. Geyser is ready at this point for conditional release, right?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
At this point, I am in favor or in support of her petition for conditional release. Specifically, I don't believe that she currently poses a significant risk of substantial harm to.
Oh, that's so in a year she has changed her opinion that she is not a substantial risk. Sorry, this one. Peyton will not be involved. She has been released and has nothing to do with this. It's only Morgan who's on it. I think. No, Peyton. Was Peyton the victim? Oh, no, Peyton. No, this is just about her mental state. It has nothing to do with the victim.
Herself,
Sorry.
others, or to property damage.
And doctor, is that opinion different from the opinion that you gave in April of 2024 at that conditional release hearing?
It is.
Okay. And I just want to ask a few questions about the change in opinion. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the risk factors that are identified. Can you talk to the court about what the HCR 20 V3 is?
The HCR 20 is a risk assessment instrument that is commonly used in the completion of conditional release assessments or other violence risk assessments. It is not a psychological test in that it gives a specific score or answer to the question, but it is comprised of a variety of different factors that have been linked through the research to help examiners determine risk and protective factors. The HCR 20 is broken into 3 separate parts with historical factors, clinical factors, and then also risk management items.
Is one of the clinical factors lack of insight?
It is.
And is that important to consider when trying to identify someone's risk for violent recidivism?
It is one of the several different factors to consider, but it is an important factor, yes.
And what is meant by lack of insight?
So insight relating to a person's understanding of their mental health condition, but also insight and understanding of the different factors, warning signs, triggers that have brought a person to previous acts of violence.
In terms of your concerns in April of 2024, did you have concerns about Ms. Geyser's insight into her mental illness?
Yes.
And at this point in time, well, strike that. Did you, in April of 2024, have concerns about Ms. Geyser's credibility as a reporter?
I did.
And so I want to talk about kind of that trajectory over time, if we can. Can you remind the court, please, of the initial findings regarding the psychological diagnosis that Ms. Geyser had at the time of the index offense?
So at the time of the index offense, there was consensus amongst a variety of professionals involved in the case that she was experiencing symptoms of a psychotic spectrum disorder that was eventually pretty consistently diagnosed as schizophrenia. The symptoms that she displayed of particular relevance were delusional ideas related to the fictional character of Slender Man, but also a variety of auditory and visual hallucinations, disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and instability in her emotional regulation.
Were those symptoms things that were observed objectively as well as reported by Ms. Geyser subjectively?
Yes.
And were those symptoms something that professionals believed prompted the index offense?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, more recently, did Ms. Geyser indicate that those symptoms were made up?
Yes. So as outlined in the previous report to the court, as well as in my previous testimony, there was a shift in Ms. Geyser's articulation of her experiences around the time of the index offense and afterwards. In fact, she had started to claim that she had fabricated the signs of mental illness, though that was not supported by any professional that's been involved in her case, whether as an evaluator or treatment provider.
And I believe I recollect that even the last time you testified, we talked about this, and you even challenged Ms. Geyser about the fact that her claim of fabrication just wasn't consistent with the other evidence, right?
We don't know, but that's what the expert is testifying to. And as she said, it's a guesstimate. You never know if anyone will do anything. So, but it's her best guess that she's not a danger to society.
Correct.
And what did Ms. Geyser say about that?
Sorry, what did she say about that during our previous different contacts or during the current contact for this petition?
I'm sorry, when you pressed Ms. Geyser on, that's not consistent with the records, that's not consistent with the evidence that you fabricated this, did she persist in that claim nonetheless?
During our previous contacts, she did.
Okay. Did at that time, so that the court has an idea on a timeline, when did this claim that she fabricated these symptoms begin and persist through?
So without looking back at all the records, it appears that those claims began in about 2022. There's indication from a institutional-based psychological evaluation where she was discussing essentially feigning mental illness. Also around that time, I had contact with her for a petition for conditional release. She was discussing those same things. Certainly during our contact in 2023, and then also for that most recent conditional release evaluation, she was again claiming that she essentially feigned mental illness.
And the most recent petition for conditional release, you would have had your interview with her according to your report on February 13th of 2024. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And during that interview, she was still telling you that she had fabricated all those symptoms.
Correct.
Now, so during this time period of between 2022 and 2024, at some point in time, were her psychotropic medications discontinued?
So the available information reflects that her treating provider at the Winnebago Mental Health Institute began to taper her from her antipsychotic agent, which was...
If she's going to be released, it is with It is with conditions. So she would probably have to be monitored in some way, yes.
In Vega Sustena, in the fall of 2000 or fall or winter of 2022, with that taper being complete in about January of 2023. So the record suggests that she has not been taking an antipsychotic agent since about that time, though she's continued to take antidepressant and anti-anxiety medications.
And that remains true as of today's date?
Correct.
As of today's date, are you aware of Ms. Geyser reporting any symptoms of delusions or hallucinations or any kind of psychotic symptomology?
In review of the records, the last time that she either evidenced or expressly discussed overt psychotic spectrum symptoms was in about 2021, I believe it was. So there's been a several year period now where there's been an absence of those acute or overt psychotic spectrum symptoms.
Okay. I want to ask about the discussions that you have had in the past with Ms. Geyser during this period when she claimed to have fabricated the symptoms. What explanation did she give you for the index offense?
So that has shifted a bit with her self-report, again, not being particularly credible within the context of this kind of conversation. She, at various points, though, maintained that she was being sexually abused within her family home and had essentially engaged in the index offense with desire to essentially escape her home life. Again, that not being consistent with the totality of information that exists.
In your current report, in Exhibit 2, you indicate that Ms. Geyser no longer claims that she fabricated symptoms, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the court when she stopped saying that, or kind of give the court some point in time when she stopped claiming that that was a volitional fabrication on her part?
I don't have an exact date. What I can tell you is that in the wake of the most recent petition for conditional release, there was quite a bit of discussion, especially during individual therapy, about her mental health history, not so much focusing on diagnosis, but the actual presentation, the symptoms, the problems that she was experiencing, and how those have essentially changed as she's continued to age and mature, as she's continued to participate in treatment. With her participation in treatment, it appears that there's been a essentially her stepping back from the claim of that she fabricated mental health symptoms, but rather understanding that she did experience these particular symptoms. The etiology, not entirely clear whether it's an
No, it's the opposite. She claimed she was faking it, but has now realized that she was ill. That's what I hear. How you doing, little mama? Let me whisper in your baking ear. I'm known to be a real nasty man. Wait till you see Andy win over Penn State Wolverines. Brandon, God dang it.
organic schizophrenia type disorder, or the relevant to a trauma-induced psychosis or some other condition. But there's been an acceptance of, I experienced these things. They were consistent with delusions. With treatment, they have essentially abated.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, that has been sometime since April of 2024 that has all occurred.
Correct, within, say, the 8 months between the time of my previous report and the current one, 8, 9 months.
Have you ever asked Ms. Geyser why she,
As I understand it, she will be in some sort of connection with the justice system. That's how I see it, but I don't know if she could be transferred into a mental institution for the rest of her. She was awarded 40 years back then, but I don't know. Hey, Gattaca,
would claim that she
Wisconsin.
had fabricated those symptoms?
We did discuss that during the current clinical interview for the current petition. She had vocalized that it's been difficult for her to appreciate and understand the different experiences and symptoms she's experienced over time, in part due to the young age that she was when the index offense occurred, in part due to memory not necessarily being fully formed or being impacted by the severity of her symptoms over time. Also, there's been changes simply because of development and maturity, changes in her chemical makeup as she's continued to get
No, that's the state. It's the prosecutor asking questions.
older. Her current understanding is that she
Yeah, she is in the loony bin, and they are having this hearing to find out if she can leave the loony bin with conditions.
experienced fantasy related to these different fictional characters. And within the context of her mental illness, fantasy essentially became blurred with reality, where she had a difficult time determining the difference between essentially what's fiction versus what's real.
And I certainly understand that at around the time of the index offense, Ms. Geyser was young. She was 12 years old, right?
Correct.
But you'd agree with me that she was 21 at the time of the last clinical interview in February of 2024, when she was telling you she lied about being schizophrenic, right?
Right. Correct.
Would you agree that in this case that there is a core, there's a lack of clarity regarding the motivation for the actual index offense?
I don't believe that's true when it comes to the agreement and consensus across all the professionals that have been involved in her case over the last 10 years. I think that consistently the professionals have agreed that there was an underlying psychotic spectrum disorder that was quite acute and impacted her reality attachment, her behavior, her ability to problem solve, and that has consistently remained the case in the way that the different professionals have viewed what happened back in May of 2014.
Thank you, Doctor.
That's because she pled guilty, or she was found guilty by way of insanity. When you do that, you don't serve a normal way. You'll be evaluated, and if the underlying mental health problem you have that made you do it go away, then you can be released early. You can also have a 10-year stint, and then you get evaluated after 10 years, and they say, nope, you're still as crazy as you was the day you came in, and you stay in. That's how the system works, and we like it when it works for the people we don't want out on the street, but we find it unfair if it helps someone out earlier. But again, I don't know enough about these people to say if they were psychotic when it happened.
Want to talk a little bit now about kind of the idea of relationships and
Person of slender disposition.
do you have any concerns about the strength of interpersonal relationships?
Yeah, mental
for Ms.
defect, not
Geyser,
insanity.
both historically and currently.
I do.
Could you explain to the court a little bit about your concerns in that regard historically for Ms. Geyser?
It's a pretty broad question, so I'll try to break it down a little bit here. So historically, Ms. Geyser has demonstrated difficulties in forming bonds and attachments with others. There's a pattern of interpersonal conflict, whether it's other patients at the institution, her family members, individuals that she has, acquaintances or friendships that she's made. That said, she is an individual who's essentially grown up in a adult psychiatric hospital. So her opportunities to have kind of typical developmental social relationships have also been impacted just by virtue of her placement. I have a particular concern at this point that she is an individual who remains vulnerable to potential manipulation or exploitation by others. She is an individual who has experienced loneliness over time. And as part of that, which she recognizes, has made some poor choices with regard to her friendships or relationships with others, because she essentially wants to have connection with people, connection that she otherwise does not have the opportunity for, again, by virtue of the institutional setting.
Why?
No, they are arguing that they can't reintegrate her because she's broken. She's a bad egg, and she's been broken all the time. It wasn't the institution that made her sick, but it hasn't healed her either, because she was already a broken clock when she came in.
Why is personal support something that's important when you're considering a petition for conditional release?
What we know about risk management is that support is a important factor to help a person to essentially manage the different stressors that he or she may experience in the community, but also to provide additional layers of monitoring for potential decline in mental health, essentially to provide guidance, to be able to teach about independent living skills. So support is a big factor that you want a person to have a strong support system, whether it's professionals, non-professionals, ideally all of that.
Sure. Could you talk about, for the court's benefit, the personal support that Ms. Geyser may have or not have in terms of close family members?
Over time, her relationships with her family members or select family members has been strained. There have been periods where she has not been in contact with them due to conflict or tension. Since, I would say, since the death of her father, I'm drawing a blank on the exact date, I believe it was in April of 2023. There was a brief period of time in which she had cut off all contact with family, but then there is a noticeable re-engagement with them, where she has made additional effort to essentially reestablish bonds with particularly her mother and maternal grandmother, as well as her brother. It's my understanding that those relationships continue to be a bit tenuous, but they have strengthened, especially within the last year, give or take.
When you completed the Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory with Ms. Geyser, was there any insight into how she perceived her social support system using that tool?
Yeah, with that tool, she responded that she perceives her social support system, especially with respect to her family relationships, as being tenuous.
And in your report, you indicate that she actually holds negative feelings about her family and blames them for difficulties. Is that accurate?
That is what the instrument indicated. It's also consistent with her presentation over the course of time.
And how can that impact someone's risk for violent recidivism? If that's the feelings that they hold regarding the two closest family members to them.
In and of itself, fractured family relationships wouldn't necessarily augment a person's risk if there's additional levels of support that they can rely upon. In Ms. Geyser's case,
She would have to state, because she will be in some kind of outpatient treatment program. There will be conditions if she has an early release. So the state would be her support system.
she would have the benefit of rather
Yeah, I got that one, but I don't know where Mayo clinics are.
significant professional support surrounding her
See you later,
if
Jesse.
she were to be discharged to the community. Ideally, she will continue to bridge those gaps that exist with her family members and continue to strengthen those. However, frankly, a lot of people in the community don't have great relationships with their family, and in and of itself, like I said, that doesn't necessarily suggest that she would be a higher risk for violence. It's just one factor to consider, especially when we're creating a risk management plan for her discharge to the community.
Sure. Thank you, Doctor. I have a couple of questions about one of the other risk management factors, the non-compliance with remediation factor. What does that mean? Can you tell the court what that factor is talking about?
So that factor would be trying to predict her, when it comes to the risk management factor, trying to predict the likelihood that she is to follow the conditions and expectations of her treatment plan, of her supervision plan. In her particular case, she does have a history of essentially pushing back on expectations. However, that is been now years since she did that. Her recent stability and rule compliance in the institution does bode well for her success within the community, especially given her more recent willingness to accept feedback and guidance from individuals who are involved in her care.
I want to ask
10 years, only 10 years. But this is her fourth hearing. I think it's her fourth hearing to be released.
couple questions, Doctor, about there seems to have been a couple recent changes in diagnostic findings regarding Ms. Geyser since we were last in court for the last conditional release hearing. Your report indicates that there was a psychological assessment in May of 2024 with Dr. Myzak, M-Y-S-Z-A-K. Is that true?
Correct.
And did that psychological assessment result in a new diagnosis?
That particular evaluator opined that there was support for a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder.
And is it true that that doctor suggested individual therapy with a goal that Ms. Geyser advance her
No.
understanding of that condition and its impact on her?
Yes,
Is it also true that there was another psychological assessment in September of last year with Dr. Hessler, Hessler?
correct.
And what was that assessment in regards to?
So in about, well,
She is in a mental facility, and the hearing today is to say, can she leave this mental facility? Is she stable enough, and has she got enough treatment that she can function in society with conditions? Should just be a parole board or whoever have custody of her. Yeah, I don't know why we are having in Denmark. This would just be we have what's called the Court Doctors Advisory Board or something like that translated, which is 3 professionals who will sit and go through the recommendation from the psychiatrist and all of that, and then they will determine, yeah, you're well enough and you're not well enough. This time it has to be a doctor, a judge. What ability does he have to judge if she is mentally sound enough? We have three doctors with the specialty that'll go through all the recommendations and say, okay, clearly, if they are stable in the medication and they haven't shown any signs of anger the last 5 years, and they know that they did something wrong and all of that, or the opposite, and then they will base a decision off of that. It's one of those weird things where you have a professional who knows her having to testify to a layman who has absolutely no knowledge of anything, and who will sit and say, yeah, maybe or not.
actually on May 31st of 2024, the 10-year anniversary of the index offense, Ms. Geyser indicated to her
That's
treatment
mental
staff
institution.
that she identifies as a transgender male. And to be clear, I'm using female pronouns and her court given name just to be consistent with the
Oh, she's
collateral records.
transgender now.
But since that time, she has identified as a transgender male and has made efforts or begun having changes to essentially live as male. So in the treatment records, she's now identified with male pronouns and a separate name. Also the use of recently the use of a breast binder.
And that was the impetus for the assessment with Dr. Hessler?
As I understand it, the institution staff referred her for that assessment, essentially to determine if there was implications of her underlying mental illness playing a role in the decisions and identity changes. The examiner at that point opined that there was not evidence of psychosis or other significant mental illness impacting her gender identity, but rather this has been a process that has been ongoing for quite some time.
And part of that process, actually going back to November of 2023, Ms. Geyser identified as non-binary. Is that true?
Right. At that point, she identified as non-binary and had.
I'm all for people doing whatever they will and be whoever they want to be. But it's just funny how go look at people who are on the spectrum and how many of those people are also identifying as a different gender. I have a close personal friend who has that issue very close at hand right now. In Denmark, we don't do hormones. It's illegal to do with kids. The treatment, if you show up and say, hey, I think I'm Mary, they will say, okay, let's look at your mental history, because they found out, and I believe it's something like 68 or 78% of all people who has recently begun to identify is on the spectrum, because when you're on the spectrum, you have low social skills and you think, I am wrong, I don't fit in to the society. Maybe if I changed this thing about me, people will start to like me. That's why a lot of this, what do you call it, gender confusion or whatever you'll call it, has to be met not with instant approval and saying, hey, yeah, of course you're Johnny by now, it's fine. No, you have to figure out, is it just because it's an underlying reaction to their autism because they have low social skills? And every research paper indicates that it's very high with gender confusion on the autism spectrum, but it's also very high because they don't have social skills and they want to fit in, so they think it's because I am the wrong person, I can change it. It's way too easy to just claim I am an attack helicopter and people will say when they greet you.
Asked, I don't believe that she had specific pronouns that she wanted to use, but had begun to identify as a different name.
Yes, she is on the spectrum. She said that 10 minutes ago.
Now, is that name the same name that she identifies as now?
It's not.
Okay.
Since essentially coming out as transgender male, she has chosen a distinctly male name.
Okay. And ultimately, through that assessment, Dr. Hessler offered a diagnosis of gender dysphoria for Ms. Geyser. Is that true?
True.
And that was September of last year.
Correct.
That's why we stopped giving it to kids, because I think it was 48% actually developed more mental health problems when they were given the recognition and was helped to transition before they turned 18. And, you know, it's an area where there's a lot of self-deletions, and it didn't help with their mental health state. So that's why they stopped using hormones for minors in Denmark.
Is it significant to you that there are these diagnostic changes
I'll
since
bring
the
you one.
last conditional release hearing?
It's notable. Neither of those diagnoses, however, necessarily impact her risk for violence. When considering the changes to those particular diagnostic changes, I think it's important to note that the impetus or the problems, the issues are not new.
We are evaluating if the girl who stabulated her friend 18, 19 times in the Slender Man case is mentally well enough to be released from the loony bin. She was given 40 years. She's found guilty by way of mental defect, but they have a hearing now if she can get back into society with some provisions.
These are things that are documented in the record. It's essentially just a label that has been attached, and there may be disagreement across the professionals about whether or not those are appropriate diagnostic labels, but there is full agreement that the symptoms or the issues are in place and have been for quite some time.
And doctor, I just have one more area of questions for you. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, it seems like both Ms. Geyser and you seemed to discuss the likelihood that if the petition were granted, that a placement would be appropriate in some sort of a supervised home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware of any specific location that's been identified that would accept Ms. Geyser at this point in time?
It's my understanding that that process would have been premature. So as I understand it, if the court were to grant her petition for conditional release, there is, I believe it's 60 days that her community-based treatment team would be working with her institutional treatment team to essentially come up with a conditional release plan that would include a specific placement, residence, treatment programming for the community. So a specific location is not yet identified, though I am aware that there are locations in our state that would be appropriate.
So there are locations that you believe are able to provide the appropriate supervision for someone like Ms. Geyser?
I am aware that there are a number of facilities in our state that that would match as essentially what I described in the report. I don't have a specific recommendation for a group home or residential treatment facility that essentially goes outside the role of a conditional release examiner.
But would it be fair to say that in terms of the safety of the community, it would really require that type of a step down, in your opinion?
She stabulated her 19 times. She was, I believe she was operated on for 6 hours. I'm not sure. I believe 6 hours, but they left her at the scene, claimed they would get help, and they just left. And then she crawled her way to a road where a bicyclist found her and got her help. They were very close to nicking an artery. So it's a miracle she's alive.
For Ms. Geyser.
My support of her current petition for conditional release assumes that level of support. Essentially, it's the next step in the progression toward community-based adjustment. It's the least restrictive environment that is one step down from where she is at this point.
And that,
But that's why, as I just mentioned, she will have to be at an institution, but a step down from where she is now, because that's what they talked about earlier. She has really low social skills. She will try and make friends. She wants to have friends, but in making friends, she'll make bad decisions, and that's why they need to have her supervised. So she will not be released to the street. This doctor is recommending is sending her to some kind of institution that's not at the level she is at now, but so she can double entendre transition out of the mental institution. And she would have to learn all of these people skills because, yes, she is unsocialized because she's been in prison her entire adult life. And apparently she has very low social skills. So, and we see that a lot in court as well. A lot of these people get caught up because they'll try and befriend that guy that sells them weed or the cool guy who has the money. And then they'll end up doing stupid stuff because they don't know how to say no. Bring back the belt and chancla, fix lots of problem. Irish, you should be mental health minister.
that opinion underscores concerns that you still have about Ms. Geyser's risk in the community, true?
Right. It is in part offered to help manage the continued concerns that I have related to her risk in the community. So essentially helping to provide that additional support and supervision to ensure that there is a stepwise, smooth transition as she readjusts to the stressors that come along with community placement, but also taking into account her unique needs especially as she was just 12 years old when she came into the institution and essentially has no experience as a independent adult in our society.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I don't have any other questions for you.
Hey, Opal.
Thank you. Then Attorney Cotton, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Doc. Good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Good, thank you.
You have a long history with Ms. Geyser, don't you?
I do.
And when I look at your reports, or when I look at your current report, on the first page, you cite the applicable legal standard that you had to consider, do you not?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Essentially just to orientate the reader of the report to the exact legal standard, the specific issue that the report is then going to go on and discuss.
Okay, have you ever, outside of Ms. Geyser, have you ever done reports like this before in your professional career?
I have.
Okay, you've testified in other cases?
I have.
You've, in some situations, recommended release, and in others, the opposite?
Correct.
Okay, how many years have you been performing these types of evaluations?
I started doing these particular kind of evaluations as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow in about 2008. And I have been licensed in the state of Wisconsin since 2009. While by no means the primary area of my practice, it is a regular part of my practice since that point.
Got it. And would it be fair to say that what you're focusing on for purposes of this type of evaluation is whether Ms. Geyser poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others,
Correct.
as well as serious property damage?
Correct.
And of course, you're familiar with the history of this case. There's no serious property damage that ever occurred, right?
Right.
Really, would you agree with me that the singular violent event in Ms. Geyser's life really was the crime for which she was adjudicated NGI?
I would say interpersonal violence. The most significant and severe incident would be the index offense. There is also indication of self-injury over time,
Yes.
but that's been years since that has occurred.
Yes, many years ago, she did have a suicide attempt in October of 2021 at the facility, right?
Right.
So we have now a significant length of time with no such attempts, right?
I put up the poll. I don't know what you're talking about, as always, Brendan.
Now, starting with page 3 of your report, you discussed Ms. Geyser's contemporary institutional adjustment, and you indicate that she resides on what type of unit?
The unit is named Choices. It's a minimum security unit. It's the same unit that she's been on for quite some time, several years.
And what does that suggest, if anything? Or what does that tell us about Ms. Geyser?
At Winnebago, most of the units, frankly, when it comes to this kind of commitment, are minimum security. There are some medium or higher security units, but those are.
It was the Slender Man case where two 12-year-olds lured a third 12-year-old into the woods and tried to unalive her to appease the Slender Man so he wouldn't hurt them. And this is a mental hearing if she can be released. The doctor is recommending releasing her into an institution that can help her get more attuned to society.
Or more acute individuals and individuals who essentially just got to the institution. It does suggest, though, that she has maintained a level of psychiatric and behavioral stability to warrant her placement there versus potentially going back to the more restrictive housing unit.
And since, would it be fair to say that?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, or something like what she's at now, which is weird because she should be at the Winnebago Mental Health Facility. So I think that one.
That since June of 2022, so about 2.5 years now, Ms. Geyser has been placed in the pre-integration phase.
Right.
Which means what?
It is, so her particular unit has different phases that correlate to psychiatric stability, behavioral stability, also come along with different privileges. As I understand it, the pre-integration phase is the last or final phase that is available to patients on her unit that have not yet received support for conditional release. So essentially she's at the highest unit or highest level.
Yes, with the most privileges before she can move to the integration phase.
She currently has the most privileges that are available to patients at Winnebago.
And then whenever Judge Boren grants conditional release, if it's after this hearing, she would be promoted to the integration phase, as you understand it, right?
Right.
Now they can't do that until the judge gives the green light, so to speak, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Now, Ms. Geyser at the facility at Winnebago, Is it true that she's maintained access to a high level of institutional-based privileges?
Yes,
Specifically, she actually has, she's allowed to walk around the facility, the campus, the courtyard, whatever you might call it, with another patient who has similar privileges, right?
correct. She was granted what's called full escorted liberty. I believe it was in about February of 2024.
And since February of 2024, there have been no concerns to cause diminishment in those privileges.
To my knowledge, that's right.
And in fact, she even gets to go off campus.
Correct.
She gets to go to Starbucks and the museum and Walgreens and Target and other such outings, right?
Correct. I believe it was in about March of 2023 that she was awarded that level of privilege, and has since gone on several community-based excursions or outings.
Right. And if there was, certainly you, as part of your analysis here, doctor, you reviewed all the institutional records, all the treatment records and things of that nature, right?
Right.
And you would agree, not a single time in any outing or any excursion that she's taken has there been any concern of dangerousness towards others?
Correct.
Or herself?
Correct.
Now, I don't want to belabor the point, but you do indicate that you did talk about insight, fair to say?
Yes.
Something I guess I want to just explore it a little bit because you talked about Ms. Geyser being perhaps vulnerable to other individuals. That's something that we all have to be mindful of, is it not?
It is.
Really, that's something we have to be mindful of for any person in these shoes coming out of an institution after this length of time. We don't want someone to be taken advantage of, right?
Correct.
Especially someone like Ms. Geyser who might have people out there who find it to be an interesting case or a newsworthy event, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you get those weirdos that latch on, right?
There is a high publicity attached to this case, and as part of that, there have been a number of individuals who have reached out to her spontaneously over time, which is at no fault of her own. It is a product of a high publicity case.
But would you agree with me that what's important is that Ms. Geyser recognizes, hey, if this happens, I should discuss it?
Correct. She has over the course of time, she has demonstrated improving insight into the risks that come along with communicating or establishing relationships with people who essentially have reached out simply because of watching news sources or other media things related to her case.
Part of maturing as a patient and as an individual who's growing up is disclosing those things and communicating about those things in treatment with the professionals, right?
I would say that, as well as accepting feedback related to the decisions that she's made.
And disclosing, would you agree, also disclosing things that happen, even if it potentially creates a situation where one is concerned that this could hurt my case, so to speak, right?
Right.
Okay. And that happened here. In fact, Ms. Geyser did disclose when she was concerned about a lawyer who had connected with her. She self-disclosed it, said she was worried about it, and brought it up and expressed those concerns, right?
She did discuss those concerns appropriately, and appropriate action was taken. I don't recall if she self-disclosed it or if it had come to light and institutional staff had essentially asked her about it. Regardless, her response to the situation was appropriate. Her concerns about the situation was appropriate. Her reluctance to potentially discuss on her own was also appropriate, given the fears that the power differential that existed, as well as concerns about how that could negatively impact her desire for conditional.
It's quite well known that a lot of people are very interested in true crime. Welcome to the Baker's channel, where a lot of people watches true crime. And they reach out to all these weirdos that they see online. We have two very famous unalivers in Denmark who have been married multiple times in prison. Both of them unalived women. But still, women keep dating them, keep visiting them, keep marrying them, and then they get divorced within 6 months because he's still in the loony bin. And when they ask, it's just, well, he seems so interesting. So a lot of people will try because, oh, a little interesting thing happened in my life. So I bet you a lot of weird people have reached out to her.
Release.
Does Ms. Geyser currently participate in regular therapy with the social workers?
She does.
And your report notes, your report notes 100.
Hey, Jamie, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm here.
Woohoo!
I know, right?
What's your take on it?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot you don't watch this channel.
I mean, it's hard to know much because I didn't get to see the trial. I didn't really know the ins and the outs. But I mean, if a professional is coming out and saying, if there's going to be, I think anybody deserves a
Second chance.
chance. Yeah. As
Yeah,
long as
but
they're going to give some kind of obligation where she has to stay in some program, you know, and doing the things she needs to do. And as long as she's doing them, I mean,
yeah, that's because what they're really saying in this one is we're going to downgrade her mental institution. She would still have to be institutionalized, but
mhm,
maybe not where people are eating bugs and running on the walls.
yeah.
But no, this lady, especially with her history and her severe lack of social skills, she needs to be in some kind of I don't know if you have it where we have like housing units where they can live in their own apartment, but there is constantly people around them to make sure that they are fed, they are watered, that sound like horses, that
Mhm.
they get cleaned and all of that stuff. And I don't think she's even at that low level. She can be released to that, but something in between that. She needs some supervision constantly
Yeah.
because she will be the one who will give her social security number to that friendly guy who just asked if you can get it, and he'll make a loan in her number on her
I
numbers.
think if you can transition it down slowly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
okay, where she's at now, go to
Acclimatize her to
something.
society.
Well, yeah, because I mean, isn't that the goal of all of this is to try and rehabilitate people, especially when they're really young? We
Yeah,
try, but yeah, like if she F's up, then right back in.
but I just don't get it because if she's healthy enough now, I believe she got a 40-year sentence. Why isn't she just then, oh, you're healthy, we'll chuck you in the big house?
That's true.
Because she got
But
40 years and she is 24 years old, 22 years old Irish, but she's been in for 10. Then she should at least have the next 20 years if they go by the 75% rule, like many other places, so she can be up for parole.
yeah.
But I don't know how the rules are when you're guilty by way of mental defect, because it's
Mhm.
other than insanity. It's some other level of insanity.
Oh, for
So
sure. And like you had said, you know, now I lost my train of thought. You said something earlier that I was like, yeah, I agree. Gosh dang it. Because I'm reading chat and it's confusing me. But she does
yeah,
need a slow transition. I agree.
yeah, she
If we're
needs to
gonna do
step
this.
her foot. If she's gonna be released, there should be a plan made out for her where she's medicated, where they make sure she's medicated, where they have control with her environment and all of that. Because this release her on the street and say, "Hey, check in with us one time a month." Uh, she will be ruined in a week.
Mhm. Oh, you had said we can't determine what people are going to do. You have no idea. I
No, but
mean,
that's you had to, when you give people parole. Do you know if they're going to go right out, rob a bank, or go home and make a family and become
good
perfect
people.
citizens?
You
No.
just don't know. Yeah, no one knows. It's just you
No, you
gotta,
do this in every case. It's
yeah.
on trust and belief that people will change. Our system is set up to educate you to be a good citizen after you have done your punishment. The problem is a lot of people are bad eggs. Let's get
Mhm.
back to this. She was found not guilty. No, she was found guilty by way of mental defect.
Yeah.
So she's guilty, but she's not criminally guilty. It's a different way to see it. It's the same as the guy who jumped the judge. He was also found guilty by way of insanity, because that's how they form it in that state. So she's institutionalized.
Mhm.
Pernilla, to help me make a Tinder account for Broken Big. Don't do that. I have no luck on it. I'm too fat and too poor to get any traction on Tinder. I don't have a with me next to a dog and a Ferrari.
Just get a fish.
Oh, that's what Sam uses it for.
Yeah, that's what pulls in the ladies.
I'll go look. I'll take a bio break and look for a fish.
% attendance between July and September of 2024.
It should be a goldfish. That would be funny.
But also she has excellent attendance with her individual therapy.
And have you spoken to those professionals, or did you not speak to them directly?
I did not speak to them directly. I had access to the numerous progress notes related to those contacts.
Now, when Ms. Geyser was evaluated by Dr. Myzak, you testified previously, just spelling Madam Court Reporter, it's M-Y-S-Z-A-K, Dr. Myzak. That was May of 2024, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was the purpose of that was simply to determine whether there was any autism-related spectrum condition that could be identified, right?
Right.
And as I understand it, number of people might be on the spectrum in one way or the other as we gain more understanding of the condition, right?
Right.
May not be that there's more people with it. It may be that we just, as a society, have a better understanding of the spectral nature of the condition, right?
Correct.
In any event, what's important for this hearing is, was Ms. Geyser resistant in any way to that evaluation or diagnosis?
Not to my knowledge.
Does one having an autism spectrum disorder make them a violent person?
No.
There's no relationship between autism and violence that you're familiar with, right?
What I would say is that the diagnostic label here is not the thing that I would focus on when examining a person's risk for violence. What I'm interested in particular is the symptoms or issues. Frankly, whether it's an autism spectrum label, schizotypal personality disorder, schizophrenia, what we know is that the symptoms or the problems that were described are consistent with what we already knew across the course of the records.
Got it. So we should be less, I think what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we should be less concerned about the labels and more concerned with evaluating how the person is functioning and doing.
Right.
Okay. Whether it's schizotypal disorder, schizophrenia, autism, real issue is the person stable and are they proving it?
Right. And is the person receiving appropriate treatment surrounding those particular symptoms or problems? And does the person continue to evidence those symptoms or problems? Or do they continue to be a prevalent part of the daily psychosocial picture?
I really don't want to, I think for Ms. Geyser's sake, get too deep into this, but there is some evidence, there's self-disclosure, a report by Ms. Geyser about the sexual trauma she endured as a young child.
Right.
From her father.
Right.
In other words, he was her caregiver and he was sexually abusing her, as it's been reported.
As it's been reported, correct.
You used the phrase trauma-induced psychosis. That is a condition, is it not?
Yes.
Is it just what it sounds like, that because of someone's trauma that they're enduring, they can exhibit psychotic features?
Correct.
When that trauma disappears, you said her father died in April of 2023. When that, and she's been removed from her father even before that for many years.
Right.
When that trauma disappears, would one expect to see a diminishment of symptoms sometimes?
I would say that that's hard to say. Everybody's experience with mental health conditions, regardless of the nature or the label of it, is unique to that particular individual. What I would say is that there's been now observation for several years where psychosis, those acute symptoms of psychosis, have not been a prevalent part of the clinical picture.
Sure. And the professionals noted it back when she was an 11-year-old turning 12 and 12 turning 13. The professionals noted symptoms back then, but you testified that in 2021 was the last time there was any acute or overt psychotic symptoms by Ms. Geyser.
Right. As I recall the records, in 2021, there were some ongoing issues related to her report of auditory disturbances that she specifically described as being demons, but there has been nothing of that sort for the last, whatever that's been now, 3 years.
Yes, going into 4 years now.
Correct.
And you testified that Ms. Geyser's had considerable discussion with her individual therapy about her condition as the years have gone by, right?
Right.
And there's been a significant improvement in her personal insight into what she endured as a child, right?
Right.
Put simply, we hope that people mature.
I would say that it's a combination of factors. So maturity, as well as since that suicide attempt in October 2021, there's been a noticeable shift in her engagement and in treatment. And so as she has continued to take treatment more seriously and become consistently engaged and invested in it, she's benefited as well. So has demonstrated improvement in her understanding as time has gone on, albeit not in a perfect trajectory.
Is there any, I'm sorry, what hasn't been a perfect trajectory?
Her insight.
Okay, but as she sits here now with your clinical evaluation, you would agree that she has insight into herself and her condition?
I would say that it continues to be a process for her. It is a process that will continue likely throughout the entirety of her life, but certainly throughout the last, whatever it's been, 8, 9, 10 months, there has been a noticeable improvement in her understanding of her mental health, how she discusses her mental health, diagnostic labels aside.
Now, when Ms. Geyser is released, you talked about her placement in a group home. You called it a stepwise approach, right?
Right.
So there's a number of facilities that exist that she can reside at.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and we can ask people from Winnebago more questions about how they do that.
I would say that Winnebago probably has an understanding, as well as the individuals who would be a part of her conditional release supervisory team, so case management especially.
Okay, as part of your evaluation with Ms. Geyser, you asked her about some of her plans for the future, didn't you?
Yes.
Would you agree that her plans are fairly normal and rational plans for someone in her situation? Would you agree?
Yes.
She's heavily invested in her artwork. She's a talented artist and writer, isn't she?
She is.
She's also somebody who expressed an interest in maybe selling artwork someday.
Correct.
Or writing for a living, being an author.
Correct. Professional author has been a goal of hers since she was quite young.
So that's rational for somebody in her shoes to think about how they might support themselves in the future. Certainly, she'll be on supervision. Judge ordered 40 years. She'll be on supervision in some way for much of her life. But saying, I want to be an artist and I want to be a writer for someone in her shoes is a rational goal.
Yes, I would say so.
Gender identity, does that relate to violence?
No, not typically. And in her case, I would suggest that that's not a factor that's particularly relevant to her risk.
The state talked a little bit about it. You don't think that the gender identity, non-binary, male, female is related to risk?
No, there are individuals where gender identity can be an issue and is incorporated into their larger mental illness. There's not evidence of that for Ms. Geyser.
And in fact, that's why it was important to have the evaluation done by Dr. Hessler, right?
Right.
I'm sorry?
Right, correct.
Got it. So Dr. Hessler can diagnose both dysphoria. Seems like that's common. That seems more prevalent now that I'm hearing than. Would you agree as a doctor?
So just briefly about gender dysphoria. So not all individuals who are dealing with gender identity would experience that, but really what it is it relates to the emotional state attached to that disconnect in gender identity versus the physical body. In Ms. Geyser's case, she had described feeling discomfort, especially in her own body, looking at her body over the course of essentially her entire adolescence and now adulthood.
Okay. Now, the ultimate question for you is whether Ms. Geyser is a suitable candidate for conditional release. That's the conclusion section of your report, right?
Right.
Now, it was Ms. Geyser. It's important that a person who's going to be released on conditional release have an understanding of what the plan is, right?
Correct.
And when you spoke with Ms. Geyser, she anticipates living in a group home. That's her expectation, right?
Correct.
She doesn't say, I'm going to just go into rent my own apartment and be an artist and live independently in the community. She recognizes the need for a group home.
Correct. She recognizes the stepwise approach and is fully on board with that and can vocalize a number of benefits that will come along with it. One
benefit is getting her out of an institution, right?
Correct.
Because she's maximized all the services she can get at the institution.
I don't know that I would say she's maximized all the everything, but certainly she has been at a high level. And at this point, she's obtained all of the privileges. The next step is logically, if using that stepwise approach, the group home placement or supportive residence in the community where she continues to receive supervision, but it's no longer in that locked institutional ward.
Right, because she'll start, she's, as you said before, for better or for worse, she's spent a lot of her formative years inside a mental health locked facility, and that's not the most conducive environment to one's independent growth.
Correct.
And so a group home will provide a structure, but a bit more privileges so she can gradually reintegrate into society.
Correct.
And the reason why you support that is because you want to make sure it's important to make sure that there's continued monitoring and professional support for her, right?
Right. I'm concerned not only about the safety of the community, but I am concerned about her safety and that she's able to appropriately cope with the demands and stressors that she's likely to face without experiencing deterioration in all of the improvements that she's made over time.
Now, the relationships with her family in some respects, you noted are, for a lot of people, you said lots of people don't have great relationships with their family, right?
Right.
But what you noted was that Ms. Geyser would have, you said, tremendous professional support, right?
It's my understanding that there is the option. Everybody's conditional release plan is different, but there is the ability to have significant professional supports around her for the lack of support that she has potentially otherwise.
Clinical factors you looked at in reaching this ultimate conclusion, you talked about the HCR test, but clinical factors you looked at are whether Ms. Geyser has negative attitudes. You found none.
Correct. In the past, she has displayed negative attitudes related to treatment, but that is not anything that is prevalent at this point.
And active symptoms of major mental illness, you found none.
Correct. In my review of the records, I had described in the previous report to the court in March of 2024 that there were still some ongoing concerns about emotional regulation and anxiety, unprovoked reactions to unknown triggers that were reminiscent of her trauma. Since that time, there's nothing in the records to suggest continued symptoms that once plagued her, like crying spells, anxiety attacks, periods of dissociation. She continues to describe some nightmares, but they don't appear to be as disruptive as they were even as recently as that last conditional release report.
Okay, impulsivity, you found none as well, right?
Right.
And unresponsiveness to treatment, you found none. This is all page 13 of your report. You found no evidence that she's unresponsive to treatment.
Correct. And again, that risk management part is a prediction of what she's likely to face, but her institutional stability, her acceptance of rules, her willingness to accept feedback, that all bodes well for her compliance with conditional release.
So it's a which is good. It's a predictive tool, and we're trying to predict dangerousness, right?
Right.
No evidence of covert manipulative behavior prediction either, right?
Correct.
Low self-esteem. The HCR indicates low self-esteem, but you said in your report, in terms of her presentation towards you, she was a fairly confident young woman, right?
Yeah. Over time, she in direct interviews, she presents as quite confident, well-spoken. She's incredibly bright, but the totality of information, including from the current psychological testing, suggests that she is an individual who harbors low self-esteem and can be especially self-critical.
Yes, of herself, self-critical, of looking at herself and critiquing her own behavior.
Correct, and kind of driven from this desire for perfection, which, as we know, is not a realistic expectation for self or others.
Yes. Bottom of page 13, as you reached your conclusions, you talked about Ms. Geyser's assistance that she would have in the community with a wide array of professionals. You noted a case manager, probation agent, and mental health professionals all available to provide assistance, right?
Correct.
And her rule compliance, as you went into page 14, you noted her rule compliance. That actually bodes well for her rule compliance in the community, right?
Correct.
We look at one's behavior inside the facility and try to, and it will give us a rational ability to predict that in a group home she would perform similarly.
Correct.
She has pro-social goals. We've touched on that, but you would agree that her goals themselves are coherent and pro-social.
Yes.
She hasn't had a lot of opportunity to foster age-appropriate relationships outside of the mental health hospital, but that's through no fault of her own, right?
Right.
Now, in the conclusion section, to be clear, your ultimate conclusion is that you are in support of her petition for conditional release.
Yes.
The evidence from in your opinion, every doctor has their own opinion, but your opinion is that the evidence does not support a conclusion that she would pose a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others or property damage if conditionally released, right?
At this time, that's correct.
And that's offered to a reasonable degree of professional certainty.
Yes.
You note considering the totality of the information, so with your long history with Ms. Geyser, including a competency evaluation early on in the case, you note that the totality of the information suggests a much more positive trajectory since the suicide attempt way back in October of 2021.
Yes, that's right.
In your pages 16 and 17 of your report list a series 1 through 11, a series of items that we don't need to speak. The judge has read them all, but what's the purpose of identifying items 1 through 11?
So my support of Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release comes with some assumptions, such as that residents within the supportive residence. I would not be in support of her petition for conditional release if it was essentially just going into the community without a variety of different support services, as well as the ability to effectively monitor her behavior, her relationships, again, with the goal of wanting the community to be safe, but also I want her to be safe and well protected. Some of the recommendations there take into account the unique circumstances that she faces because of her notoriety, the high publicity of this case, and wanting to essentially provide some feedback to those who will be working with her to potentially help them to provide some boundaries so that, again, she's safe, the community's safe, and that she's successful.
Sure. Winnebago Mental Health Hospital isn't going to just release Ms. Geyser right into the community with no plan, though, right?
No, as I mentioned earlier, so as I understand it, there's 60 days that her treatment team in the institution and the conditional release supervisory team would be working together to come up with a comprehensive and specific conditional release plan.
And you're familiar with the letter from Jennifer Parnell that was filed with the court where, and she's a physician assistant at Winnebago, document 608 that the judge had referenced at the beginning here, but you're familiar with her letter where she indicates that the client will not be conditionally released until the plan is approved by Judge Boren, right?
So I'm not familiar with that particular document or the other examiner reports, but that makes sense to me. That's my understanding as well.
Right. The team has 60 days. They put together the plan, they send it to the judge, and he makes the final call.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Doctor, I just wanted to go back to your comments about Ms. Geyser's assertion that she fabricated the initial description of what happened in the background with Slender Man. Does what I'm looking for is an explanation as to, is there a negative connotation to someone in Ms. Geyser's position of making an assertion years after the event that she fabricated much of what was said about the initial event? Is it meant to try and create a more favorable standing from her point of view and how to proceed with perhaps a conditional release petition? What's the motivation for that?
So I think I had testified to this back in April of 2024. The impetus for her making these claims is not fully known. When I talked to her about it during the current petition for conditional release, she essentially just had said that it was easier to say that she faked it rather than trying to really process and understand the severity of the symptoms that she experienced. And then also when putting it into the context of the changes that she's experienced in her symptoms across time. There's indication in the records that she may have inaccurately come to believe that if she did not have a diagnosis of schizophrenia, that may be favorable for her petition for conditional release. Certainly that is not the case. And actually her claims of fabrication, I would say, severely complicated risk assessment for some time there. What I can say is at this point, she's no longer claiming that her understanding of her mental illness, her mental health symptoms is much improved and in line with what the professionals around her also think.
Does a person's ability, though, to make the assertion that she fabricated key elements of what brought her to the current situation impact her credibility as to what she says currently as to her status? Is she capable of manipulating the system in order to gain a more favorable result?
To unpack that a little bit, any person certainly is capable of manipulation. However, Ms. Geyser in particular is a person who has been under essentially the close watch of professionals for 10 years now. And there's absolutely no support for conclusion that she faked things. I did testify previously and wrote in previous reports that I had concerns about her credibility as a self-reporter because her self-report was so drastically different from all the information that existed. And that is something certainly to watch out for in currently and in the future. We want to make sure that her understanding essentially aligns with what is known through the totality of information. Again, at this point, her understanding of her mental health does seem to align with what records suggest what is known about her.
With regard to her assertion of sexual abuse by her father, is there, looking at the history of the case, is there support for that type of assertion by her as part of the background of the case?
I would say that there's not support for the conclusion that somehow sexual abuse essentially caused her to do the index offense and that it was somehow related to escape her home life. The data is clear that she did experience symptoms of a significant psychotic spectrum disorder. The etiology has been debated by professionals, but the evidence is very clear that those symptoms were legitimate and they persisted across time. There was support that they she experienced benefit with the use of antipsychotic and mood stabilizing agents, which was what you would expect with a psychotic spectrum condition.
With regard to her current status as somewhat being at the top of the line as far as her work within the institution, if she continues to be at that level of treatment and supervision, is there any negative impact to her and her ability to be a safe person over the her continued status as being at the top of the line, but being not able to go to the next level of the stepped up program?
I would say that the biggest risk would be that it prohibits her continued development as a human. So the risk factor for violence, certainly she's adapted well to that level of support and structure, and I would imagine that she would continue to display that. She does risk boredom, especially since she has very colloquially been there, done that. And so you risk that there could be some regression in behavior, but from a violence standpoint, certainly her environment has been quite helpful for her. The concerns, though, has been noted, frankly, since the onset of this case, is that the institution does not have all the resources that you would want for a person to be able to continue to develop as the goal of a functional, autonomous adult.
I'm just reflecting on my notes for a moment. In in your previous discussion, in the report it's clear, but the testimony may not be clear. When Ms. Geyser has been at the top of her supervision and goes off campus, if you will, off the institution, she's always escorted. True.
She is escorted when she has gone into the community. She has unescorted privileges on the Winnebago campus.
So there's never been a time up to this point that she's been unescorted within the community on any of her trips to the library or to the store or anything like that?
Correct. And it's my understanding that that's not an option for Winnebago patients.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions. Any questions from the state based upon my questions?
Just one, Judge. Doctor, should it cause the court any concern that regardless of etiology, there is this consensus by the professionals that at the time of the index offense and around that time, severe and acute psychotic symptoms persisted with Ms. Geyser, and now they're gone, and there's no psychotropic medications being used?
What I would say is that is certainly something for her future treatment team to be very aware of, that she does have this history. Within the context of the institution, with the amount of treatment support around her, she has not evidenced regression to psychotic spectrum symptoms, but I believe that she could be at risk for developing those in the future. And that's certainly something that her treatment team would want to be closely monitoring and aware of. Certainly it's something that she appears to be accepting at this point, is able to articulate different warning signs, triggers, signs of that decompensation. And so it should be a part of her ongoing treatment to essentially continue to have that a part of the conversation and a part of the monitoring process. And if need be, to make changes to her medication regimen. What we do know is that when she was prescribed Invega Sustenna, she was doing quite well. There was a remission in those same symptoms at that point. So it's possible that her treatment team may want to consider the addition of that, should there be evidence of, again, some of that decline as she experiences stress or other changes as part of the conditional release.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Attorney Cotton, any questions?
Thank you. It's true that she is currently medicated, right? She gets medication at the facility and she takes her medicine, right?
Right. Her medication regimen at this point includes antidepressant agents and anti-anxiety agents.
In part of psychiatry, the way psychiatry works is somewhat of a trial and error approach to try out certain medications and see how that impacts the patient based on their diagnoses.
It can be.
And by all accounts, the medication that's administered
There you go, Brandon. About me, I leg pressed 1,000 pounds, cooked 8-minute rice in 5 minutes flat, can jump tall buildings in a single bound, stop speeding bullets, but I never met you. And my interests are eggs, baking, and YouTube. So,
Is
don't
this what
say
you've been working on the whole time?
yeah, it's really hard because it kicked me off 5 times.
I just seen you over there. I'm like, he's so quiet. And he's just working away. That was a little Tinder profile.
Time out. Can you justify, identify the 3 people? 3 people. I was on Tinder looking for hookups, so I didn't.
Stop it. Stay off of Tinder.
That's my second picture. Ah, stupid. Because I did that, it lost connection to the.
If you ever have a dating profile, that is the picture you have to have up for everything. People will wonder, what is up with this guy?
Is audio back in your end? Because the streamer
don't
says
hear-
it lost audio.
Oh, I don't hear anything. No.
Jesus. I'll probably. No, I have to stop the screen and share the screen. It should hopefully be back.
Line
Can
as
you
she
hear it?
experiences stress
Yes.
or other changes as part of the conditional release.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Attorney Cotton, any questions?
Thank you. It's true that she is currently medicated, right? She gets medication at the facility and she takes her medicine, right?
Right. Her medication regimen at this point includes antidepressant agents and anti-anxiety agents.
In part of psychiatry, the way psychiatry works is somewhat of a trial and error approach to try out certain medications and see how that impacts the patient based on their diagnoses.
It can be.
And by all accounts, the medication that's administered, she takes it and it works, right?
Correct. There is, she has always been compliant with taking her medication, as I understand it. And I've testified to, and as is in the report, there's been an absence of those psychotic spectrum symptoms for quite some time now.
There are.
I don't know why Valhalla sent me 3 pics for the Tinder profile, not a baby goat.
Pigs.
There are other concerns, Doctor, beyond just her growth if she remains at Winnebago. One concern, I want to know if you'd agree with this, but one concern is that the individuals who are at Winnebago, who come into that facility, are people who are sometimes dangerous people, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Geyser can therefore be exposed to those people, right?
Right.
People who are older or who have a long criminal history or a violent criminal history, right?
Certainly could be that. It could also be people who are experiencing dysregulation within the context of their own mental illness, that there can be a high acuity as those people continue to do their own treatment.
So when a person is ready to be released and they can be safe in a group home, it's not only good for their development, but it's good for somebody with Ms. Geyser in particular not to be exposed to negative influences if we can avoid that, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from the state?
No, thank you.
In listening to these questions and answers, one question about schizophrenia, is it, how usual is it that someone with a diagnosis of schizophrenia treated with various psychotic medications is weaned off of those medications and the diagnosis of schizophrenia is removed?
That's a hard question to answer. One of the complexities here is that childhood schizophrenia is a fairly rare condition. And there have been a lot of changes just biologically as throughout the last 10 years. Certainly there are people who can effectively manage their illness without psychotropic medications, but while engaging in non-pharmaceutical interventions. There's certainly the possibility that Ms. Geyser's been able to effectively manage her symptoms better, and they have essentially gone into remission simply because of the support and structure that she's experienced. So again, I would caution the people working with her in the future to remain sensitive to the fact that she does have this history. That said, there's nothing to say that I can't say with 100% certainty that she's going to face similar delusional ideas, auditory hallucinations, similar symptoms like she did in the past. It's certainly possible that those will continue to be absent as she continues to move forward here. The biggest thing is that she works closely with those treatment providers and everybody is aware of her history, of the warning signs, the triggers, the signs of decompensation, and that they have a plan in place to react appropriately if that should happen.
Thank you. Any further questions based upon my additional questioning from the state?
No, thank you.
Anything from Attorney Content?
No.
All right, well then, thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you being able to be here today. Thank you for your testimony.
May I be excused?
You may be excused, yes.
Thank you.
Is the doctor under subpoena?
Yes,
Released from the subpoena?
yes, please.
Any objections?
No.
All right, so thank you, doctor. You have a good day.
Thank you.
I think at this time it's appropriate to take a recess. Let's take a recess to 10:30.
Sadly, the picture doesn't work. The format is the wrong format, so I can't use that one. He said I should write on it my perfect date.
Because of the picture?
Yeah, with 3 pigs rolled up together.
Oh. Brenda's yelling at you.
But I can't save it in the right format. Well, I could take a screenshot. That you makes me want. It's going to be more work just making a Tinder. I'm not ever. No lady is ever going to respond to me. Regarde mon visage. So.
No, it's not over. They said they're recessing until 10:30.
Yeah.
So they're an hour behind me. So your central time.
No. Then save it. We can close up a little bit more than the full barn picture. Add picture from gallery. It's gonna be the most deadly Tinder profile ever.
What's that supposed to mean, Sean Bird?
Confirmation, the piglets has arrived.
Additional witness to call by the state.
No, sir. Judge,
Aw.
at this point.
Oh, state is resting.
State resting.
Yes, I
That's
believe
fast.
the defense has some witnesses though.
Oh, okay, very good. Then turn to Attorney Cotton.
Thank you. We call Kenneth Robin.
All right, Dr.
When did I
Rob,
squeak? I don't
on
remember
the
squeaking.
hooked up. All right. Dr. Robbins, are you there? Now you're muted, so you have to unmute.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, doctor, good morning.
Morning.
You're being called as a witness by Ms. Geyser and Attorney Cotton, so I'm going to ask you to, if you can stand, raise your right hand. Our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good, thank you. Then you may be seated. State your full name and spell your last name.
Kenneth Robbins, Robbins.
All right, thank you, Dr. Robbins. Then we're prepared to proceed. Attorney Cotton.
Yes, before we begin with questions, Your Honor, I've tendered Exhibit C, which is Dr. Robbins' CV. I've actually just put him up here, but your clerk. But I moved for admission of his curriculum vitae and his report, which is Exhibit D. There's no objection.
So I have, okay, so what I have is Exhibit C and D. CV, C is Dr. Robbins' CV. D is his report. Any objections from the state?
No.
All right, then received. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Robbins.
Good morning, Mr. Cotton.
Thank you for being here. I understand you're by Zoom from California.
That's correct.
If you have any trouble hearing us, just let us know at any point, okay?
I will. Thank you.
Doctor, I'm assuming that you are out of the fire.
I'm sorry that I'm out of the.
That you're out of the fire.
Yes, I'm in Northern California. Thank you.
Right. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Glad you're safe.
Thank you.
Now, you are the Director of Mental Health for the Tribal Health of Lake County right now,
That's accurate.
and you're also the Psychiatry Consultant for a hospice center.
Correct.
Are you a consultant for the Winnebago Mental Health Institute? And if so, what do you do?
Yes, I am, and what I do is I go over cases with the nurse practitioners and physician assistants to help them when they're struggling.
And you're an adjunct professor at UW-Madison?
Correct.
Are you do you have any affiliation with the Mendota Mental Health Institute?
I was the medical director at Mendota for most of the 1990s.
You were the medical director?
Correct.
Okay. And you're a doctor of psychiatry, are you not?
I'm a medical doctor with a specialty in both internal medicine and psychiatry, yes.
And you have board certification in the same?
I do.
As well as neurology?
Well, psychiatry and neurology is one board,
Oh,
but my board certification is in psychiatry.
got it. Dr. Robbins, you've had a long history with Ms. Geyser. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Going back how far, if you can recall?
Going back to shortly after the original criminal contact back in 2014.
And you've been appointed by the court to conduct an evaluation in this case for conditional release.
Yeah, and the one who oversees the releases in somewhere in California. That's how I got it.
Yeah.
Psychiatry. Oh, so he can prescribe meds. That's the one we want. Why is the blonde lady sitting there? Anyone? Well, she is. Maybe she's a true crimer like us, who's just sitting there, forgot to turn off her camera. No, it's not the judge. The judge is an old man.
Maybe she's
It doesn't
some
look
kind of
like she
detective
is a
lady.
court reporter or whatever it is. So I don't know, but she's sitting with her front to a window because you can see her blinds.
Exactly.
Are you familiar with the criteria that have to be considered when determining whether a person should be released?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Specifically, whether a person is a danger to themselves or
No, because
others,
she
whether
doesn't
they're
type.
a risk for
She's just sitting
substantial
there.
bodily harm or property damage, right?
Exactly.
Now, did you keep the statutory factors in mind when you conducted your analysis in this case?
Yes,
And did you prepare a report?
I did.
Let's walk through do you have your report in front of you today, Dr. Robbins, or no?
I do.
Okay. If you need to refer to it, you can just let us know if you need to, but I'll just ask you some questions from that report, okay?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to make one correction. And I only noticed it as I read through it here in California, but what I say in the first sentence is not accurate. It says that that I'd interviewed her on February 21st of 2024, which I did, but I didn't update it. My most recent interview was November 13th, if you don't mind me making the correction.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that. You did interview her back in February, but you've also conducted a more current interview, right?
Exactly.
And so the conclusions in this report are based on the current interview and your current analysis of Ms. Geyser.
Exactly.
As well as your history of her condition in your review of records.
Correct.
What if anything did you do in preparation for this report? Did you speak with any professionals at Winnebago, or did you review any records?
I did. So I reviewed all of the Winnebago records, and I did speak with the psychiatrist who's been working with her.
In your review of when you say you reviewed all the records, what does that mean?
I went through her computerized medical records and updated myself on her behaviors and what the various professionals at Winnebago have written about her since I last saw her.
Are you you're aware of the current diagnoses that the professionals are operating under? Are you not?
I am.
Is Ms. Geyser receptive to her diagnoses?
She is.
Is she being treated?
She is.
You note, so as we walk through your report, you indicate that it was the opinion on page two, in the sort of the middle paragraph, you indicate that it was the opinion of multiple psychiatrists and psychologists that Ms. Geyser met the criteria for schizophrenia based on a variety of symptoms that were observed back when this offense happened. Do you still believe that to be true?
Yes.
But you note that this is your language, the conceptualization of her psychotic challenges has changed significantly in the last 2 years. What do you mean by that?
So a couple of years ago, she had her third round of psychological testing, and for the first time, it didn't support that she had psychotic symptoms. And the psychiatrist who was working with her at that time, Dr. Kayla Pope, who's the medical director at Winnebago, felt both based on her interview with Ms. Geyser and based on that testing that the diagnosis needed to be reconsidered, that there was no longer support for a diagnosis of schizophrenia, and ultimately the diagnosis was changed to primarily post-traumatic stress disorder, along with social anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and autism spectrum disorder. So the psychotic diagnosis, the diagnosis of schizophrenia was eliminated after she was weaned off of her antipsychotic medication, and there was no return of any psychotic symptoms.
Does that mean that Ms. Geyser was somehow faking it back in 2014
No, I don't believe that to be true.
as a 12-year-old or so?
Correct.
What do you believe to be true?
So I'm not certain. I think, as I put in my report, I think either she was experiencing transient psychotic symptoms, which is to say psychotic symptoms that didn't persist and gradually went away, which is certainly something that's possible, or the intensity of her fantasies based on some of the trauma she had experienced were so intense that she believed them to be true.
The trauma.
I mean, it's
being
possible they
her sexual abuse
misdiagnosed
by
her.
father.
Exactly.
And you note in your report that in 2023, Dr. Pope, meaning the medical director of Winnebago, identified the fact that Morgan had a breakthrough with her mother related to that, and the mother acknowledged all the red flags that existed about the abuse.
Exactly. Up until that point, Morgan's belief was that her mother had not believed the things that she said, and her mother came around and began to recognize that Morgan's reporting had been accurate, and she had not believed her, and having her mother come around was really quite traumatic for her.
And with her mother's support, they reopened a legal case against the father and made a report, right?
Exactly.
Now, what Dr. Pope recommended is that Morgan be weaned off some of the antipsychotic medication to see whether she would deteriorate. Isn't that how it was approached?
If I were a betting man, which I am, I would bet you this $5 chat that you have your profile set to inactive. Time for a trust trial. Time to activate. The Tinder, you can do that. I just made it, and I put in the
Oh my
text
God.
you paid for. I put in I can build Lego and IKEA furniture.
Oh my
Put in
God.
the pig picture, the crooked glasses. Set the bottom ceiling to 35 years, and then it automatically set it to 57. I did what I've been told. Everyone else takes a shot for super chats. I make Tinder profiles.
That's exactly how it was approached.
Is that the right way to do it as a psychiatrist? Is that the right way to approach a situation like this?
Yeah, if there's a question about whether someone truly has psychosis and they're on antipsychotic medication, gradually weaning them off the antipsychotic medications and seeing how that impacts symptoms is absolutely the right way to do this.
So that was done in this case, and how is it unfolded?
Thank you.
There's been no return of what appears to be psychotic symptoms. She's done very well off antipsychotic medication.
Is it important to maintain some medication regimen with Ms. Geyser? Is she still medicated though?
She is still on medication, really to treat her anxiety symptoms that are associated with the diagnoses I mentioned earlier.
You note that Ms. Geyser's behavior has improved significantly since 2021. There was a suicide attempt way back then. Has there been any evidence of aggression or danger to herself since 2021?
There's really been no danger of aggression throughout her hospitalization. And since that 2021 incident, there has been no evidence of any suicidal ideation.
Does Ms. Geyser report a better relationship with her family as time has gone on?
Yes, particularly with her mother and her brother.
She has a very supportive relationship with her brother,
Correct.
and things have improved to some degree with her mother.
Exactly.
Now,
Sorry.
Morgan, I'm sorry. Does Ms. Geyser have goals for the future that she's discussed with you?
She does.
What are those?
She'd like to ultimately become a therapist working with people with substance use disorders, and recognizes it'll take some time to get trained properly for that. And in the meantime is
She wants to do the same
about
as that
other jobs such
Coco,
as working as a librarian.
the one who drove into the
Librarian.
golf cart.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, are those realistic goals for somebody in Ms. Geyser's situation?
Yes, she's it's been clear throughout the testing that she's had that she's very bright and has a lot of potential.
If she were granted conditional release, where would she go?
I don't know, but I guess it would be my recommendation that she go to a group home, that she not go immediately to living independently.
When you were medical director of Mendota,
Correct.
and you consult with Winnebago, and you know the medical director of Winnebago, Caleb Pope, right?
I do.
And so what's the difference between Mendota and Winnebago? Aren't they both just the same type of mental health facility that we have here in Wisconsin?
Well, it's really like one big hospital where Mendota has certain specialties and Winnebago has certain specialties. Winnebago takes the vast majority of involuntary admissions, civil involuntary admissions, and kids and women have been exclusively at Winnebago. Some of that has changed recently, but that's primarily the difference. And then Winnebago doesn't have maximum security, which Mendota does have.
Got it. So let's talk about conditional release as a concept. Though, when you were medical director of Mendota, were you involved in people's conditional release planning?
Yes.
How does that process go? In other words, when judge approves conditional release, or if he approves it, what will the facility do? Will they release Ms. Geyser right to the community, or what would they do?
They would work with people at the county, in the community, to develop a plan that's safe and that's consistent with what the judge orders.
And do the treatment, is that called a conditional release team?
I don't know. That's not what we called it then, but yeah, that's the basic idea though.
A group of people at the facility that work with the community-based people to come up with a plan for the court.
Exactly.
You mentioned Ms. Geyser going to a group home. She herself recognizes that she would like the opportunity to live in a group home, doesn't she?
Exactly, she does.
In other words, it's not a situation where Ms. Geyser is indicating that she wants to just go right to her own place. She wants to live in a group home and reintegrate in a safe manner, right?
Exactly.
There are group homes in the state of Wisconsin? Is that why you mentioned that?
Yes.
Is it important that Ms. Geyser is engaged in individual and group therapy?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, she has very significant anxiety issues, and she has had, I think, what can only be called a bizarre adolescence, and needs help with sort of developmental issues. She has had very limited exposure to peers. She's had very limited access to education and independence. And so she's going to need a lot of help in becoming the mature person that she wants to be.
Her father is unalived, and her mother, she has an estranged relationship, but a better relationship now than she used to. She claims her dad touched her.
What's your ultimate conclusion in this case with respect to Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release?
I believe it's appropriate.
Brett, you've been here for more than 3 months. This must be a re-up, but thank you.
What do you base that on?
Essentially that she has had multiple opportunities to be in the community and has done very well. And that I think there's nothing to suggest that she is a danger to herself or others. And I think there's very little at this point that Winnebago can do for her. And that's what they would say as well. I think it's in her interest and in everybody's interest to try to help her now become the person she can become.
Well, I want to push back on that. I mean, one might say she's locked in Winnebago, nobody's being harmed, leave her there. What's the problem? What's the problem with doing it that way? It's not hurting her.
Yeah, I guess there's no treatment any longer that Winnebago has to offer her that's going to be useful. So there's nothing that she has to gain by being there. Second, there's nothing to suggest that would be dangerous outside of Winnebago. Done nothing to suggest she's dangerous at Winnebago to others. And since 2021, nothing to suggest she's dangerous to herself. And third, she's a young woman with great potential, and she's not going to realize that unless she has an opportunity to get into the world and start to have more interpersonal interactions that are appropriate with peers, that she has more education opportunities, that she has the opportunity to be independent in a more significant way.
In terms of her future dangerousness as we try to predict it, is it your opinion that it would therefore make her less dangerous? It would make Ms. Geyser less dangerous if she's given the opportunity to move to a group home and expand her growth as an individual?
I don't think she's going to become dangerous to other people, whether she's at Winnebago or not. I think that there is the risk that over time, if she is limited by the things that Winnebago can offer her, I could imagine her becoming hopeless at some point and potentially becoming a danger to herself. So yes, perhaps ironically, I think she would be safer outside of Winnebago.
So
No, that's the thing I said. Well, since way back in 2021, when she had that self-deletion attempt, 2021 isn't that long ago. That's 3 years ago, 4 years. But that's not that long ago. But and they had a hearing last year where she clearly wasn't stable enough, and now because she's been going on field trips, she can live in society.
From your professional opinion, her risk to others sort of remains the same in or out. You don't see that changing, but you use the word ironically, the risk to herself, self-injurious behavior increases the longer she would remain at Winnebago without the opportunity to expand herself.
I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned at some point she's going to start feeling hopeless.
That she's just locked there forever.
That she's locked there forever, that she can't become the person she wants to become, that she can't have the kind of interactions she wants with peers and with family.
Was that part of your analysis in this case, that in fact institutional placement increases her risk of danger to herself?
Yes, I do think that's true.
And a group home.
Good morning, genitals.
Oh,
Always nice when you get to
genitals.
hear that. Yeah, we haven't seen genitals in a long time.
How are you?
Yeah, that could be a good question. But he's recommending a group home. So again, they are not recommending release to the streets.
Would diminish that,
Yeah.
because she would be given, although certainly not unfettered liberty in a group home, right?
I'm working, Brandon.
Correct.
They can use GPS monitoring and any other tool they want to keep an eye on the person, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so not unfettered liberty, but some small degree of freedom, and that would enable her, you said she has immense potential, or you said great potential. So she'd be able to start realizing her potential more fully
Exactly.
in contributing positively to society.
Exactly.
They're okay.
Now,
Horsemeat is just very lean.
it is possible that as Miss Geyser lives her life, that there could be a reappearance, if you will, of psychotic symptoms. That can happen, right?
Possible.
So how does that get managed for an individual if and when she's released, to make sure that if that occurs, it's addressed? How do we
Then buy
focus on that?
Swedish.
Well, that's why I think it's so important that she continue to receive individual and group therapy, that she continue to work with psychiatrists, that she continue to work with a therapist. She is a very insightful young woman, and I am sure that if those symptoms return, which I think, by the way, is very unlikely, but if they were to recur, as long as she has people she's working with who she can talk with about it, I am sure they would be appropriately addressed.
You indicate in conclusion, section 3, that it's your opinion Winnebago Mental Health is not a, quote, healthy place for Miss Geyser to remain. Do you still hold that opinion?
Exactly. I do.
And that's has nothing to do with the staff. They have a very good staff and good professionals there. It has to do with Miss Geyser's growth as an individual.
That's fair.
At your time at Winnebago, you had the opportunity, you had occasion to interact with people who had been housed there for many years, if not
Don't get
decades,
oat
I
soda.
imagine.
I have.
And does it become easier or harder to reintegrate people to society and to have a reintegration?
No, and again, if the only argument, well, not the only, but one of the arguments are, well, she's in an institution where she is as well as they can make her, so she should go to another place so she can fulfill her dreams. What about the aspect of punishment and the victim feeling a sense of that she pays for her crimes? Because this is turned into, well, she needs to get out so she can get more education. But she's also a convicted stabulator.
But they didn't criminally convict her.
No, because they couldn't, because she was mentally defective.
I know.
But my problem
what
is
you
just
mean.
if she's healthy enough that she needs to get out of that place because it doesn't help her, I'm pretty sure the big house still exists in Minnesota. Wisconsin, it's the same place. So she can just go to that one instead.
Well, they won't put her in prison if she is found not guilty because of mental disability.
Yeah, and that's my problem with this, because it's not that she is well or high functioning.
No.
It's that she's run out the treatment possibilities at the place, and she now has an awareness that she has mental issues, and she's not, as she did before, lying about them. But is that enough to say you should go back to society? Because there's still a victim out there that should feel some sense of revenge being meted out for what they did to her. It's why should someone be punished for being mentally ill? Well, she's not being punished for being mentally ill. She's being punished for stabulating another girl 19 times. But she's not being punished because in the same way she would if she didn't have a mental defect. Because remember, there's an underlying crime. It's not her mental illness that's getting her punished. Because if she didn't have her mental illness, she would most likely have life in prison. So again, to me, it's weird. Yeah, I thought you go to prison if you get well. Me too, Brandon. Yeah, and that's the other thing. She was 12 when she did it, so of course she would probably not get life in prison. But I still feel like we are discussing apples and oranges, because we're not talking about why she's in there. We're just talking about, well, they can't give her more finger painting that can make her feel better, so we should release her. But there's still a victim.
But yeah, but I mean, they're not I mean, they're just trying, what I'm understanding is they're just trying to, the place she's at is at its capacity, and that they're trying to transition her to some other facility that she can get more care, I guess, and try to like integrate her back into the world at some point.
Yeah, it's
And I
it's one
mean,
of those.
I'm not
You're damned if you
terribly
do. You're
against
damned if you
that. I mean,
you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. But yes, they would need her in some kind of environment where they can control her medication 100% and make sure she takes them. That should be one of the prerequisite for her getting out there. I just got here and have no idea who this is and what happened, but I still have very strong opinions about it. I shall reveal those opinions when you vote for Zach Mod of the Year 2025. Zach, you're not a mod. Exactly, Scott. It's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't, because I can also see the angle. She's 12 years old. She has mental problems, but it's not easy.
yeah. And I mean, at 12 years
Yeah,
old,
well,
you're still, gosh, you're so immature and you're making rash
Yep.
decisions.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think she got 40 years. She got a sentence of 40 years that was reduced, but her friend got out after I think 7 years in prison.
Yeah.
So and she got 20 years because it was second degree. Again, it's really
Yeah, her friend's out. The other girl that did it
yeah,
is
yeah.
out already.
She's been out for 5 years or something like that now. But I think it seems like she won't get better being where she is now. So maybe, yeah, reducing her and trying to, because again, we have a rehabilitation focus in the punishment system. So we should try and find a way to rehabilitate her. And if she has become better, people do get better with mental illnesses. But I'm just feeling we're forgetting that there's also a victim out there. Right now, it's just about, she's done what she could. And Zach is saying, I told Jamie she drew her eyebrows on too high. She seemed surprised.
Good one. No, I mean, the age thing, I don't think has anything to do with it, but the age, like, what I'm saying is, like, she was 12. Is there room for her to actually become a, member of society again? Does anybody actually think that? Because sometimes I think people don't. I mean, I just feel like
I
there
don't
is
know.
room to grow. There's possibility. There's always that possibility. And I
Yeah,
agree, she should still have some kind of, you know.
Yeah, we need to know. Well, they're talking about the group home as it is a place where she's monitored. Yes, and I answered him, as you saw.
Integration to the normal world, the longer they remain inside a facility like Mendota or Winnebago.
You know, it really depends on the individual, but certainly for Ms. Geyser, the longer she's there at this point, I think that more challenging it's going to be to reintegrate.
So
I
one
agree,
of the
Val.
reasons you support release at this stage, and you supported release 6 months ago or 8 months ago when we were last in court, right?
That's true.
And in fact, between your last evaluation and this one, there's been absolutely no. Are you aware of any violence or any concerns that have developed in that interim period of time that would cause you to revisit those opinions?
No, and she certainly had plenty of opportunity to be in the community, to be stimulated by being in the community, which was what sometimes we worry about, and she's done extremely well.
Those supervised outings that she has in the community, how do those typically unfold? Do you know how that works?
I'm not sure what you mean.
It's a group of people leave the facility and they just have a chaperone who keeps an eye on them, or what do they do?
Yeah, exactly. They usually have a specific goal in mind. They go out for a particular reason, and could be to go shopping, and could be to go visit something that they may learn something from, and they're in the community with a chaperone.
So ultimately, you remain of the opinion that Ms. Geyser should be released on conditional supervision with, at this point, to a group home with continued monitoring and treatment.
Exactly.
Thank you. That's all.
Cross-examination.
And Dr. Robbins, it would be those individuals running that group home that would make the decision as to how and when Ms. Geyser could come and go from that group home, correct?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. Usually there is a team that's working together. So it would be people from the group home working with the mental health providers who are working with her, and together coming up with a behavior plan.
But that team, if we call them that, would be in charge of her comings and goings, correct?
Yes, within the parameters that the judge sets forth.
And Dr. Robbins, not only did you agree with the release plan last time, you were also in favor of Ms. Geyser being reverse waived back into the juvenile system, correct?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Any further direct exam?
No.
Okay, well, doctor, thank you for being with us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Enjoy California.
Thank you.
Is the doctor under subpoena?
No.
So thanks for being here. You have a good day and a good year. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Further witnesses.
Yes, Dr. Deborah Collins. Do we have her on Zoom, Jessica?
She's not logged in.
Okay, give me just 1 minute.
All right.
Tendered exhibits A and B to the court, judge, without objection, I believe. It asks that those be received.
Any objections?
No objections.
Okay, A and B are received. Thank you.
Dr. Collins, you're a psychologist?
Yes.
And just briefly, could you describe your educational background?
In 1998, I was conferred a doctoral degree in clinical psychology from the University of Hartford in Hartford, Connecticut. 3 years before that, I was conferred from that same institution a Master of Arts degree in clinical psychology. I also was conferred in 1987 a Bachelor of Arts degree from St. Norbert College.
What licensing do you have?
Since 1999.
Oh, I forgot something. Now she's doing her Wadia thingy thing and presenting her credentials. We always talk about how easy it is in Denmark with all of the evidence and all the experts. Today we had a medical report. We had an accident expert, or accident, not a reconstructionist, but a guy who goes out and looks at the accident and files a report on it. Both of those were just read into the record. No one needed to come in and say, hey, I went to Tarm Skole, then I went on to Pleverbell Gymnasium, and then I went to Morgtak University, and I've been doing this for 25 years. It was just read into the record that the doctor who tested him didn't see any signs of intoxication, and the guy who went to the scene and did the measurement said the car was fine, and all the warnings signs lights on the bike that got hit worked. That's how we do action reconstructions reports. Again, very, very different, and of course we believe them.
I have been a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin. I am also now for several years a licensed psychologist in the state of Michigan.
Are you the director for any special?
He was only convicted of second-degree attempt, and she was also because of mental defects. So she was released because of the same as you see here. They had a hearing about her mental state, and she was released with conditions as well.
Units here in the state of Wisconsin?
I'm the director of the Wisconsin Forensic Unit.
What does that mean?
The Wisconsin Forensic Unit is a division of Behavioral Consultants, Inc. That's a company that I own. And the forensic unit is a division of that which is in contract with the Department of Health Services in the state of Wisconsin to conduct competency to stand trial evaluations throughout Wisconsin's 72 counties of adult defendants.
Is that all it does, competency evaluations?
That particular division of behavioral consultants, yes.
Okay, and then behavioral consultants as the overarching organization, does that agency do other work?
Yes, that's a private practice private practice clinic staffed by master's and doctoral level clinicians. The doctors conduct, including myself, an array of forensic mental health assessments in both civil and criminal arenas. And we receive appointments from courts and referrals from the defense bar and from prosecutors or district attorneys.
We heard from Dr. Brooke Lundbohm before you in this case. Does she work for either of these agencies?
She is an employee. She has an independent private practice through behavioral consultants.
Okay, so she's considered an employee also at behavioral consultants.
Yes.
So you're familiar with her work, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Well, you're the president and owner of behavioral consultants, so I'm assuming it would be fair to say you hired her or had a decision in the hiring process with her?
She completed her postdoctoral training under my supervision and under the supervision of Dr. Kenneth Smale, who has since retired.
Okay, my question is, were you involved in her hiring or that was a different person who made that decision?
Hey, Katie.
No, I was involved in hiring her initially as a postdoc and then on staff.
Got it. And you would.
You can revisit Letitia Stauk every Saturday at Most Channel. She is actually doing a rewatch of Letitia.
Is she really?
Yeah, I believe that's the one she's covering now.
Agree that she does high quality work.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the other doctors' reports in this case?
Yes.
And you're aware that are there any common features? If you could speak broadly, are there any common features among all the doctor reports in this case?
Yes.
What is that?
The bottom line common feature is that there's a unanimous support for Ms. Geyser's petition for conditional release at this juncture across the three doctors.
When you reviewed the other reports in this case, did anything give you pause where you read another Dr. Lundbohm's report or Dr. Robbins' report and you thought they just got something glaringly wrong?
No, I certainly stylistically we have differences. Certainly things we would emphasize there are differences, but I saw nothing glaringly that drew my attention or drew concerns for me.
Stylistically, one obvious point is that your reports tend to be incredibly long, detailed, and thorough versus other doctors who might have a more condensed form of writing.
For whatever reason, that seems to be the case that my reports are longer.
Yours is 37 pages in this case.
So the thing is, she wasn't criminally liable, so she wouldn't.
This is not the first
prison wouldn't be an option
done in this case. You've done others, right?
at all.
And in fact, last time you were here, you were not quite there in terms of supporting Ms. Geyser's release, right?
I did not support her conditional release most recently, earlier this year.
You wanted to have more, if I remember correctly, you wanted more time to pass. That was one thing you wanted, was more time to pass.
More time to pass coupled with other factors that I testified and wrote to about.
Right, you wanted more opportunities for Ms. Geyser to go into the community, more privileges for her to be able to exercise at Winnebago, and you wanted to have continued monitoring to make sure there was no resurgence of any psychotic symptoms.
Correct. I think there was also an emphasis on sort of her increased stress tolerance, so likely increased hours of employment.
Yes, I remember that. So now this report that you've dated December 9th, you started by discussing the standard for the court to consider. You are familiar with what the court has to reflect on in deciding whether to grant conditional release.
Yes.
Specifically, whether there's clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Geyser poses a significant risk of bodily harm to herself or others, or serious property damage. That's the narrow statutory fact question to be answered.
Yes.
And it's a prediction, isn't it? We don't know with 100% certainty anything.
I would say from the perspective of a mental health professional in 2025, the issue is not a prediction so much as it is a risk assessment. So appraising what would heighten risk, what would mitigate risk. So we know we can't predict the future, I guess is what I'm saying.
How did you do a risk assessment in this case, doctor?
I did a risk assessment by reviewing the totality of information. So all the records that were available, including with my office, with the Winnebago Mental Health Institute, the other reports that are in the record. I also used structured professional judgment tools to make sure that my review of the risk factors wasn't just from the hip, if you will, or based on my own experience, but it drew from the literature and what we know from the literature that places someone at heightened risk for violence and what also can mitigate risk. And then I certainly met in person with Ms. Geyser and conducted a 2-hour clinical interview with her to get an update from her perspective about how she's been doing.
You looked at Ms. Geyser's educational history
Yes,
as well as her medical history.
yes.
As part of this evaluation, doctor, as part of your report, did you re-review prior competency reports and other evaluations that were done?
Yes,
You reviewed a competency report from June of 2014 by Dr. Lundbohm, did you not?
yes,
And a competency report from earlier in June of 2014 by Dr. Robbins.
yes,
You reviewed medical records from Ms. Geyser's first hospitalization at Winnebago from August to December of 2014.
I would say I reviewed the summaries of those. So I've not reviewed the thousands and thousands of pages in preparation for my report today, but I had those summarized and reviewed all the old reports that have been done, including with my office.
Why did you want to go back and read summaries from 10 years ago and competency reports from 10 years ago? What's the point of that?
In this case, one could be biased by simply having contemporary information if someone's doing very well for the last 6 months. I wanted to see what the longitudinal course in this case and for Ms. Geyser is. What are her vulnerabilities? What are her strengths? How far has she come? And I wanted to be reminded of the totality of that, not merely the past 6 months.
Another bias could just be that you could rely on your memory, and sometimes memory is faulty. So you want to go back and re-review the reports to make sure you're recalling things correctly.
Certainly.
So you did all that. You also reviewed the summaries that existed from her second hospitalization at Winnebago from December of 2015 until March of 2016.
Yes.
In fact, there was a Chapter 51 detention that took place back then when Morgan was still a child, and you reviewed summaries of records from that.
Yes.
One thing that jumped out at me on page 9 of your report, doctor, was that you had reviewed an intake assessment from Jesse Andrews, who was an LCSW at Winnebago. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that Miss Andrews is now she's no longer treating therapist, she's the director of Winnebago?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. You haven't talked to Miss Andrews recently, have you?
No.
Okay. You also reviewed records from Miss Geyser's third hospitalization at Winnebago, and again looked at the summaries of those records as well as a reverse waiver report that came through in 2015.
Yes.
And this is all of these reviews, even though you've done previous conditional release reports, all of the review that took place here was a de novo review, if you will, a new review of everything yourself when you were assigned this task, right?
Yes, as I indicated in my report, from a report perspective, I copy and pasted those sections from earlier reports. From a in fact perspective, I also read and reviewed the contents. I didn't merely copy and paste, for example.
Got it. So when we see a lot of the same language between the two reports, it is a copy and paste, but you yourself go and re-review everything to make sure you're remembering it correctly.
Correct. And I wrote what I'm copying and pasting. I'm not lifting from some other document. They're
Yes.
from my independent reports.
What is Ms. Geyser's current clinical presentation? You said you met with her.
I did.
How would you describe her presentation?
I would describe her clinical presentation as, in appearance, more akin to male than female, but consistent with her recent identification as a transgender male, and that occurred following the evaluations earlier this year for conditional release. She was bright and engaged. By bright, I mean alert and engaged. She was cooperative. She maintained her emotional control, acknowledging she was a bit anxious, which isn't unexpected given the purpose context of the evaluation. There were no signs of acute emotional distress, and there were no signs of acute psychosis. So her reality contact was in place.
You know how to look for things like that because not only do you have a history with Ms. Geyser, but you have a history with hundreds or thousands of other patients, right?
Yes.
And with Ms. Geyser specifically, you've had times where you've met with her in the past where it's evident to you as a professional that she's exhibiting delusional symptoms.
Yes.
And Ms. Geyser herself said unequivocally to you, unequivocally acknowledged that she was delusional. She believed it and recognized it. Fair?
Yes.
And therefore she did have psychotic symptoms years ago, correct?
Yes.
Interrupt me if you want. I think maybe we're both going to answer the same question. The etiology of that, if you will, there can be a number of reasons why those symptoms were exhibited. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Trauma could be one example. naturally occurring psychotic condition could be another. There could be a number of reasons why one would have to. Vivid childhood imaginations can sometimes manifest themselves as delusional. So there's a lot of reasons why we might see that as a professional.
I would say that, for example, vivid childhood imagination is not the equivalent of a delusional belief, but when you're evaluating someone who is 12 years old, it can be challenging to name it properly, but you know what you see. In other words, it's still distorting the individual's reality contact, whether it is an intensely held fantasy and or has some delusional or psychotic underpinnings.
And there's been many years of treatment with Ms. Geyser where she's received antipsychotic medication, and then eventually that was weaned off, right?
Yes.
Or it was reduced, I should say. She was weaned off of that, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with that approach as a clinician, to wean somebody off of these antipsychotic medications to see how they respond?
I'm a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, and would leave judgments about weaning someone off medications to the domain of psychiatry. What I would say is, in practice, I have seen that occur, and especially in a hospital setting, that's preferred, so that you can closely monitor someone to see the impact of that weaning, if you will, on someone's psychiatric status.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with Ms.
Sometimes these
Geyser,
medications
she
can
discussed
literally
with
make
her
you
last,
worse.
petition for
Just saying.
conditional release that was brought to Judge.
Yeah,
Geyser, didn't
that's
she?
another thing.
Yes.
And she, even though,
Like,
and at
a lot
that
of these
time, you weren't in support
medications
of release,
aren't
we already
long
covered
term.
that, right?
Right.
Nor was Dr. Lundbohm.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Geyser made a decision to still proceed with the hearing and have the court make a decision. For what reason?
What she told me is that she wanted to see what the court and what others wanted her to do, to work on, to achieve, so that she might ultimately be granted conditional release.
Is that a good or bad for her future prognosis?
I think it is most likely good or favorable in weighing toward her prognosis, because what it indicated is her willingness to go into quite a stressful circumstance, a court hearing that would garner, bring her lots of attention, media attention included. And it would also show her openness and proactive effort to see what else she could do, so that presumably she intended to work on it.
Well,
to obtain conditional release.
And it also demonstrates how she handles defeat, doesn't it? Or rejection.
Yes, in this case.
Right, because it provides an opportunity as a clinician for you to evaluate her. Judge denies her petition for conditional release. She knows she can't file that petition again for another half a year at a minimum. You can look at that as a clinician and say, well, did she try to commit suicide? Did she go back behind the doors and start slamming things around and creating a disturbance? Right, it gives you a concrete event to look at, a significant negative event to look at from her perspective, and evaluate it.
Correct. And I would say from Ms. Geyser's perspective, she didn't have the benefit of knowing how she would react to that hearing, but was trusting she could manage it.
And managing something that's more stressful than really a lot of people in society even have to confront, because as you noted, significant media attention and publicity associated with even making the request.
Yes.
Based on your review of the records and your discussion with the professionals, how did she handle that rejection?
Without problem and well.
And she remained goal-oriented and worked on the things that the court expected her to work on.
Yes.
Or worked on the things that the professionals also indicated she needed to work on, right?
Yes.
She has attained pre-integration level at Winnebago, meaning the highest applicable level of privileges, right?
Yes.
And her access to the canteen, the vending machines, that independent privilege that was given even after the last hearing, that was a new privilege, the final thing she was waiting for, right?
Yes.
She enjoys off-ground supervised outings every other week. Could you just describe that briefly?
I'll get a mic wait whenever he
What
has
Ms.
to
Geyser
talk.
enjoys is with other patients who have the same privilege and choose to exercise it. In addition to supervising staff, she's accompanied into the community to places like the library, the dollar store, other retail merchants, coffee shops. And there she
the dollar
exercises
store,
liberty, possibly for an hour or however long that the outing is.
If she uses the dollar store, Jamie is not guilty. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Release her right now.
oh my goodness.
Entails.
Starbucks.
An hour or however long that the outing is entails.
Starbies.
Starbucks, Target, dollar store, Pick and Save.
Target.
All those places.
Ooh,
She's fancy.
fancy.
concern of her becoming violent or being dangerous to herself or others that you've seen in those outings?
I have no record of any concerns being raised by her behavior in the community when escorted.
Any holds or reductions in her level of liberty privileges that you're aware of?
No,
Ms. Geyser's sleep has been improving, even in light of her the court denying the petition last time. Isn't that true?
yes,
And we do know as we learn more and more about the human brain, how important sleep is to one's well-being, right?
yes,
She's also working a few hours a week. She works at 2 hours a week at the log cabin workshop.
yes,
And actually, she has multiple jobs they've employed at Winnebago, doesn't she?
yes. I believe a total of an estimated 5 hours a week.
She works at the log cabin workshop. She folds laundry and is working through something called the Hope program.
Yes,
She continues to visit with her mother, doesn't she? Miss Geyser's mother visits her every other week at Winnebago.
yes.
Do you consider her mother and brother to be key components of her support system? And if so, why?
I would say that presently, that is how Ms. Geyser identified them as key components of her support system outside of the institution. That hasn't consistently been the case, though presently for the past 6 months or so has been so.
There was an evaluation that took place last year, 2024 in May, where autism spectrum disorder was identified. Is there anything about autism that gives you a concern in this case about her being violent or dangerous to herself?
No, because I have not seen that report, and nor have I seen outside of that report, and independent of it, a history of that diagnosis applied to Ms. Geyser.
Is that
So she
go ahead.
Hi, Pebbly.
only received that in the context of that evaluation, and I requested that report multiple times and never received it. So I can't really speak to the diagnosis.
No, that's the thing, and they apparently you can reapply for the hearing every 6 months, but again, if you have to evaluate them and then make a report, how much time do you have to observe? That's my problem with only 6 months, and they have changed for she wasn't able to be released, and now she's able to be released. It's very, very short the time they have used to evaluate her.
I don't know the basis of it.
Okay, autism isn't known as being a condition that connects with violence, is it?
Not necessarily so.
Ms. Geyser is also focused on her physical health while she remains at Winnebago, isn't she?
In the past 6 months, she has been so, yes.
She's been running on the treadmill for up to 17 minutes at a time, and proud of that, isn't she?
Oh,
Yes, once a week, as I recall.
She's able to
17 minutes straight?
and walk around the grounds.
I'm a fat guy. I don't know how fast he's running, but I could huff my fat ass down a treadmill for 15, 20 minutes. I want to do it alone. I'm going to do a retro dance class for 50 minutes tomorrow. It's not that impressive that you do cardio once a week. I'm just saying.
Oh my God. Running for 17 minutes straight is impressive to me. So
it's not that
unless
impressive.
Somebody's chasing me, I don't know if I've ever ran that.
She's 21 years young.
constant.
She's not that big. It's not impressive, Jamie.
God,
I know you are more into strongman and more than 3 reps as cardio for you, but
oh yeah, I just like to lift heavy. Yeah.
With another patient, sort of at her own liberty, right?
Yes,
And Ms. Geyser's keeping active by writing books and performing her art, right?
yes.
Is Ms. Geyser compliant with her medication requirements, as far as you know?
Yes.
Any concern there?
None that I'm aware of, no.
Looking to the future, if her petition is granted, as Ms. Geyser express in your
he said
professional
running.
opinion, does she express rational views about what her life might look like?
Yes.
What are those views, and why are they rational?
Well, what she recognized and told me so and identified are rules that she would likely or maybe subject to on conditional release, that she was likely to reside in a group home, though hopes at some point she would obtain an independent residence. She didn't have any unrealistic goals about that area of her life, about her employment. For example, she told me she'd essentially take whatever she could get in terms of employment. She wants to begin, I guess, her life outside of the institution and recognize that she would be subject to a whole host of expectations and rules and what could happen if she violated those.
So she recognizes the significant quantity of rules and restrictions that will be imposed by the court,
Yes,
meaning you mentioned in your report, ankle monitoring, a GPS bracelet, internet use monitoring, treatment appointments with doctors, medication management, variety of
So
things
do
like
I.
that.
yes,
Ms. Geyser hopes to engage in volunteerism at some point in her life, maybe an animal shelter, and to maintain a purposeful life. Is that what she expressed?
yes,
I noticed that you in your report, you indicated she hasn't had a recurrence of panic attacks since her last conditional release hearing. Is that why did you note that? Is that important?
what she told me is that she's not had a recurrence of panic attacks. There was nothing in the record to suggest to the contrary. It's important because it talks about or speaks to her ability to cope with stressors in her current environment and vulnerability to destabilize in terms of a panic attack under stressful circumstances.
And maybe this ties into what we discussed earlier, Dr. Collins, but you noted that there's been no recurrence since the last conditional release hearing. Isn't that significant because had she responded to that stressful event with panic attacks and destabilization, that certainly would give you concern about her release to a group home, right?
Yes, it wouldn't be a bar to her release to a group home. It just might speak to her vulnerabilities and readiness.
Right. So there's not only does she appear ready, but there's also a level of maturity and insight that she's exhibiting about how to handle stressful and negative situations.
This is a hearing if the girl who stabulated her friend 18 or 19 times in the Slender Man case should be allowed to leave the mental hospital she's in and move into a group home to help her transition into society again.
Yes.
Why is her wellness recovery action plan something that you described in your report?
I described it because she provided it to me. It was highly detailed and it gave me something that she had prepared independent of merely talking to a conditional release examiner of how she had thought through her plan.
Was this something you told her to put together?
No.
So it's her own plan. I mean, how did she come up with this? As you understand it, did she work on it with her therapist at Winnebago?
I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes it's with the social worker that an individual comes up with it. Sometimes, and it may be the case in Ms. Geyser's, I simply don't know, a person is advanced enough that they can work on that with a reasonable degree of independence and generate it themselves. This was not the first version of a wellness recovery action plan that Ms. Geyser had developed.
I'm going to read a sentence to you and just ask you for your reaction to this. I want to make a positive impact on the world around me. I acknowledge and understand the gravity of my past actions. Nothing will undo what I did to get here. I can only try in the present and future to do better things. You quote that, it's not a sentence, it's more of a paragraph, but you quote that in your report. Who wrote that?
Ms. Geyser.
How did that come? How did you come to get that statement? Did you ask her how she felt about the crime that she committed when she was 12?
That particular statement was written in the context of the wellness recovery action plan by her.
Do you feel that statement? Do you feel that statement is significant in a way? Is that why you quote it verbatim in your report?
Yes.
What's significant about it?
What it told me is at the very least what she wanted someone else who read that to see and what she wanted to say about her goals if she's granted moving forward and if she's granted conditional release.
What about the sentence that she acknowledges and understands the gravity of her past actions? Is that important?
Yes, coupled with all that we know about Ms. Geyser and what she talked to me about the index offense.
Morgan continued in that, I believe in that meeting with you to acknowledge the harm that she caused to the victim. And you state in your report that Ms. Geyser said she hates it. Her friend was the only one who cared and was loyal and trusted her. She hates that she did what she did and feels that she was a different person back then, 10 plus years ago.
Yes.
After the offense, she struggled for years to forgive herself. Isn't that what she expressed to you?
Yes.
There's chunks of her childhood that she has trouble recalling now when she reflects back on some of the events that happened.
Yes.
when you do your risk assessment or when you perform risk assessments to try to figure out if a person is going to be a danger in the future, you do want to look at stressors that is it important to talk to someone about stressors they might face in the future?
Yes, if they're amenable or will talk with you.
Did you ask her to recall any stressors that she might face? Did you ask Ms. Geyser that question?
Yes.
And how did she handle that? Or how did she respond?
Well, what she told me is that she recognized that she hasn't been an adult in the community. She's essentially spent the last over a decade in institutional settings. So she knows there's a lot she doesn't know, if you will, about handling adult responsibilities. She also knew that there are cases likely to garner her attention, unwanted attention in at least some or many instances. And she likened that to in the institution where, of course, as patients come into the institution, they become aware that Ms. Geyser, the Slender Man case-related person, is in the institution. And so in the institution, she's garnered unwanted attention from other patients. Over time, she's learned a principle for her is that she doesn't want to talk about it, at least not with those patients. And that she doesn't want her, the index offense to be the source of her, to be the source of unwanted attention or to feed that.
You performed the HCR 20 examination on Ms. Geyser?
I didn't perform it on her. I used that as a structured assessment tool for the data that I had. So it's not a psychological test that you perform on someone. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Got it. It's a tool that you relied on.
Yes.
She met the full criteria for 7 items and did not meet criteria for 7 factors, right?
That's only on the historical factors.
And then there were clinical factors and risk management factors to consider as well.
Yes.
What's the bottom line conclusion when you consider that?
The bottom line conclusion is that essentially most of that was unchanged from 6 months ago.
Okay.
So it told me that there still remains and will always remain for Ms. Geyser, in fact, some historical risk factors that place her at elevated risk for violence as compared to an individual who did not stab a peer 19 times over 10 years ago. That's unchanging.
That's a historical factor that cannot be changed and will always be there.
Correct. But when we look at dynamic factors or factors that can be changed, that are amenable to treatment, then her history in the last 10 years also demonstrates several protective factors that she has and factors that are about her that are amenable to intervention and treatment. And at this juncture, I believe make her ready for conditional release.
What are those protective factors or dynamic factors?
The protective factors include her intellectual resources and her capacity for problem solving. She has improved coping skills for managing stress that she has worked on and developed with the assistance of years of treatment and the treatment team she has at Winnebago. She has demonstrated improved capacity for self-regulation, emotional self-regulation. So managing stress in the institution, decreased frequency by to use fantasy or to use, I guess I would say fantasy or retreat into herself for coping. And she also has an expressed motivation to proactively pursue a pro-social life course moving forward. Her compliance in the institution is remarkable, both with medication and with treatment. Her lack of behavioral management problems in the institution, her lack of violence toward others in the institution and toward herself. Those all bode well for her readiness for conditional release at this time.
And you were close last time. Last time you noted that although you didn't support release, you did indicate that Ms. Geyser's readiness should follow. And you said in the coming.
Well, we are listening to the psych people, and they are actually recommending that she will be released into a lower level facility where she has more access to the public. That's both the state and the defense witnesses has made that recommendation today, that she will be released into a supervised group home.
Yeah, it's not just back out into society.
No, she's not released onto the street. She will be in some kind of monitored state. If you go back and see, Jetta just did a lot of text about what will be entailed. She will be monitored in her medication. She will be monitored in her daily life. She will not just be able to go to the Starbucks alone and go frolicking on the beach.
Yeah.
Of psychiatric stability, among other things, right?
Yes.
And so what you were flagging for the court or anticipating was if Ms. Geyser continues on the stable, positive, coherent track that she's on, it would be appropriate to grant conditional release.
That she would become appropriate for that.
Right, she would become an appropriate candidate for that,
Yes.
and that the court should then grant it. That's your opinion. The court should grant it.
Well, I would never tell the court what the court should do, but I believe that the facts favor and support
That's a better way of putting
Ms.
it.
Geyser's petition for conditional release.
Now, your report is based on the totality of the information, and you conclude that there's not support for the conclusion that if she's conditionally released, she would pose a significant risk of harm to herself or others, or serious property damage, right?
Yes,
You noted her continued successful engagement in the community, which we've already discussed, right?
yes,
Increased employment and absence of any overt signs of psychosis.
yes,
You would agree that from a psychiatric or from a psychological perspective, she's very much stable and has been so for quite some time.
yes,
That there's no acts of violence whatsoever towards people at the institution, despite there being
Yes, because you can apply every 6 months to get reevaluated. This is her fourth try to be released. And they claim that since the last time there has been a development in her mental state, she now recognizes that she had mental problems. Before that, she claimed that she was just playing mentally ill to get into the hospital. So there's a raised awareness about her own situation, and that's why they believe she's ready to go to somewhere else where she can continue getting treatment.
number of overt mentally ill patients there.
yes,
Now, you talked about DHS in your report on page 36, and you also mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony that your agency is contracted through DHS, right?
not in the capacity I conducted this evaluation, but only exclusively for competency to stand trial evaluations.
It's
Okay,
Brandon.
I was,
Sure, but you have familiarity with DHS.
yes,
And if Judge Boren permits conditional release, your recommendation is that there be a carefully crafted plan by DHS and submitted to the court for approval, right?
yes.
And at the bottom of page 36, you list all the things that you would look to, that you would expect as part of that report. Do you have any changes to that, or does that all remain the same?
That remains the same, and I would anticipate that there would be more expectations. I was merely outlining broadly some of those, but likely more.
Okay. Do you have, in your professional career, have you ever worked with a team on a conditional release plan? Is that something that you've done before?
No, that's not my role.
Got it. How many of these types of reports do you estimate you've done in your career, meaning conditional release reports?
Hundreds.
Ms. Geyser has spent her adolescent years and early adulthood living in an institutional setting. What are the negatives? What are the, certainly there's some positives because she's received institutional treatment and medication and close supervision. What are the negatives of continued placement inside an institutional setting for someone like Ms. Geyser?
Certainly the ongoing exposure to pathology, to mental illness as compared to wellness. That is not a positive overall, although
No, Silver Fox was just asking about the poll.
there may be, as with any experience, some silver lining to that. The exposure to patients who at times are violent, who test limits, who can colloquially get in your face, if you will, say negative things about you and having to cope with that. You also, it's the absence, what you don't have in an institutional setting. What you don't have is as you move through adolescence and into early adulthood, you don't have the natural demands that occur to adolescents and to folks in early adulthood to obtain employment, your first job, for example, to have the expectations of an employer placed on you, having to get up in the morning to be or stay up late at night to maintain responsibilities of employment. The social experiences that we go through during adolescence that help us mature, the bruises, the emotional bruises that we get, or the highs and the lows of adolescence. So I would say the exigencies of adolescence and adulthood aren't faced in a natural way in an institutional setting. And so in that sense, Ms. Geyser comes up short, if you will, by nothing of her choosing or doing, okay, as she approaches conditional release. So because of that, she'll need accommodation, she'll need support as she learns those things that she hasn't had the experiences to learn to this juncture.
Is there, do you have a concern you have a concern about hopelessness at some point, and if Ms. Geyser becomes a greater risk for self-harm, if not given some meaningful opportunities to progress to the next gradual phase.
I would say I would have that concern for Ms. Geyser or for anyone in similar circumstances, that there is that potential. If they remain locked in a certain place and space and have no power to effect change, there is a risk of hopelessness.
And you identified some of the negatives of remaining at Winnebago, but that's not because it's Winnebago, it's more because it's an institutional setting. That's the concern at this point, right?
Correct. I mean, nothing negative or pejorative about Winnebago in particular.
But these things like the emotional bruising and the natural demands of an employer and being exposed to pathology and mental illness inside a facility, these are all real concerns that that weighed in your judgment when you were preparing this report, right?
I would say I'm aware of those concerns, and if asked about them, I can name those. But my focus for the evaluation was really on that legal standard. Does Ms. Geyser pose a significant risk of bodily harm to self, others, or serious property damage if conditionally released? That was really my focus. And with that focus, it's my opinion, the facts favor her petition.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. And cross-examination.
No, thank you for being here, Dr. Collins. No questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, doctors. Doctor under subpoena?
No.
All right, well, thanks for testifying today, doctor. You have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good day.
Then we'll, further witnesses?
Yes, we have two. Could we recess for 5 minutes and I'll see?
Sure, we can do that. Yeah.
Status. Holly,
Is this, it's a 11:45. If we recessed at this point, came back at say 1:15,
perfect.
how's that for the state?
That's fine, Judge. I don't anticipate these witnesses being lengthy.
No, 15 minutes or 20 minutes each.
All right.
So we can have them ready to go right at 1:15 or continue with them now.
And what I'm looking at, what happens after the two witnesses?
After the two witnesses, both sides be prepared to argue and the court render an opinion or take it under advisement.
All right.
I agree.
All right. Well, if the witnesses are short, let's do them now.
Okay.
Then take a lunch recess and come back for argument.
Okay. If you give me 5
Oh,
minutes.
Jimmy, I'm hungry now.
And I have a meeting at 2, so.
Sure.
So we're probably not going to be back to.
Well, if they're coming back, what, 2:50 or 1:15 their time, that's 2:15.
Yeah, but they're not. He gave them 5 minutes, and then we're going to do the two witnesses. So it's going to be 2:00 their time, which would be 8:00 my time, which would be no, that would be 9:00 my time. I'm setting the afternoon stream up for 9:00 my time, just to make everyone. So that'll be. We're hoping for 3 p.m. Eastern, right?
Yeah, because they're an hour behind Eastern, so yeah.
Yeah. I do smart work with them their time zones there, May.
Jeez, oh Pete, these time zones, I hate them too, guys.
And just to make sure again, the crooked glasses, the piglets. About me, I leg pressed 1,000 pounds, cooked 8-minute rice in 5 minutes flat, can jump a tall building in a single bound, stop speeding bullets, but I never met you. Likes building Lego, can build IKEA furniture, I do retro dance.
Oh my Lord.
So far, I think I've gotten everything in there that we discussed earlier. Because that's the best picture of myself.
No, crooked glasses.
Well, that's because of Jamie.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. Did I put in 24-hour cake? I could do that as well. Well, I don't want to bake 24 hours a day. Oh, I know time zones. Well, I don't, but I can figure out Eastern Standard Time in my head. Yeah, I'm hoping to get into Love After Lockup.
Ah! Will you please be on that show? I love that show.
I'm not in prison.
No, get yourself a prison pen pal. Start up a relationship. Then apply to be on the show, please. Okay, dogs, go. Both of you.
I can figure out Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Standard time zone in my head. 24-hour cake availability.
Oh my lord. Eddie, I don't know what's going on. He just decided to make a Twitter today, or a Tinder today.
I was paid to do it by Brandon.
Oh, Brandon paid you. Got it. I missed that part. I know. It's crazy, isn't
You better get well soon, Silver Fox. Just gotta get the conversation started. Then you can be like, my crazy goat farmer friend sent me some pics. I just have this adorable dog I borrow from time to time. It's cool because most women prisons have their own max security in the same institution with minimal security inmates. If you write a letter to a woman's prison, it's like a box of chocolates. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get other than an STD and a test tire.
There's some stuff that these people like get, and I don't even understand it, how it's just so accessible to like go on these websites and just find prisoners.
Yeah, Valhalla made one for me when I was in Tennessee, and he said
Ms.
it's
Purnell,
what
are
all
you
the schools
there?
use these days. I don't know what it was.
All right.
Yeah.
Ms. Purnell, are you there? You're muted, so you have to unmute. All right, can
God,
you
I
hear the
love-
court?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can now see you and hear you. Thank you.
Great.
So you're being called as a witness today. So I'm gonna ask you to stand if you can, raise your right hand, and our clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
He's
but
gonna
the
croak
truth, so
before
help
this
you God?
trial is over, Jamie.
I do.
I mean,
All right, thank you. You may be seated.
be entertaining.
Then
I'm having wraps for dinner.
state
I'm
your full name and spell your last name.
My first name is Jennifer. My last name is Parnell,
Good to
P-A-R-N-E-L-L.
All right, thank you, Ms. Purnell. And then Attorney Cotton.
Yes, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, her name is Miss Purnell, but it says James on the phone. Probably her husband's.
Yeah.
I just want to put on the record, Judge, that Ms. Geyser does give her consent to have this witness and the next witness. These are treating therapists.
Oh, these are treating. This is going to be interesting.
Her at Winnebago. She does give permission for them to speak about her.
It's most likely her husband's was the last one to use Zoom on the computer, so it just keeps it.
Mhm.
She didn't check that. It happens sometimes when you
Share.
maybe
accounts.
I go into certain groups that I got links to through the Grinder app Valhalla gave me, and you use different names. I'm Fluffy Big Bear DK on those groups, so sometimes I forget to change it back. Valhalla is Hawk Monster 2025.
Medical records and medical conditions.
All right, thank you. Is that true, ma'am? All right, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Parnell.
Good morning.
Can you just start by telling the court what your role has been in this? Do you know Morgan Geyser?
Yes, I am her, I was her treating psychiatric provider at Winnebago Mental Health from April of 2024 until November of 2024.
And what was your role with Ms. Geyser from April to November of 2024?
I'm a board certified psychiatric physician assistant, so I was her primary psychiatric provider.
So you're not a doctor, but you're a physician assistant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were providing services for Ms. Geyser during that time?
That's correct.
Madam Clerk, am I able to share my screen with this witness or no? Let me just see if it works. Let me ask. So, Ms. Parnell, did you author a letter from November 7th, 2024 for Judge Boren? Do you remember?
Yes.
And I don't suppose you have a copy of that letter sitting in front of you right now, do you?
4 hours ago, AJ, Liza, Craig, and Marie are all safe. Liza, Craig, and Marie's homes are all safe. As of last night, AJ's home was in the path of the fire and was at risk. That's 4 hours ago. Someone asked me earlier.
I do not.
Okay. I'll ask you about some of the information in that letter, and you just let me know if it's accurate, okay?
Yes.
So back in November, November 7th, 2024, we have a letter that was mailed to Judge Boren from Jennifer Parnell, PAC provider. Is that you?
That's me.
And you remember authoring that letter?
Yes.
It's about Ms. Geyser.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you write that letter, just if you remember?
Those letters are when a patient petitions for conditional release. It is standard practice that we give diagnoses, medications, kind of where they're at in their phases, how they've been doing in the institution. Each time that they petition for conditional release, we send that to the court. It's not to offer an opinion, but it's more of a factual letter.
No, she's not working. Apparently, she's a lady who just like us likes to audit the court. So she's just sitting there every day on Zoom watching trials. Who would do that? That's weird. People who watches trials online.
Right?
Come on now. At least make a Tinder profile or something.
You're not here, right? You're not in a position to offer an opinion. You're just a fact witness to talk about Ms. Geyser specifically, right?
That's correct.
Is it accurate to say that as of November of 20, now you're no longer with Winnebago, right? You've left and moved to Florida for family.
That's correct.
Family reasons, right?
That's correct.
But you still have your licensing and your certifications here in Wisconsin.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Geyser, her treatment consisted, as of November, just a couple months ago, her treatment consisted of groups to address mental health issues in education.
Correct.
And she has worked on coping skill building, individual therapy, leisure activities, and vocational training. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
You described her attendance and participation in treatment and work groups as 100% group attendance rate.
Yes.
Is that something you witnessed, or are you just describing what others have witnessed?
It's been told to me by her people that facilitate the groups. They keep a running tab of that because it can affect those phases.
Also,
and Morgan has been described as a cooperative participant in treatment groups.
Correct.
She's the pre-integration phase. It sounds like there's 4 separate categories that a person can be placed in.
That's correct. There's orientation, engagement, maintenance, and pre-integration, which is the highest phase.
She has full liberty and supervised off and on ground privileges?
She has full courtyard liberty. She has supervised on and off grounds. She has full escorted liberty, different things like microwave use, VIP room, order out privileges. She has the highest level of privileges that you can earn at Winnebago.
There was she's demonstrated an adherence to hospital.
She gets some
rules and
DoorDash?
had no security holds.
Could you imagine getting
for a number of
DoorDash
years.
at
Is
the
that fair to say?
facility, at a mental institution?
Yeah, that's hey, can you come up to Arkham Asylum? The Joker
Yeah.
really wants some fun buns. Did you see that one with the pizza delivery person who went back and stabulated someone because they tipped them too little?
I heard about it and I was just like,
That's
people
stupid, crazy.
so entitled. Like, get out of
Yeah.
here.
Oh, you only got $2.
Well,
Now, I want to talk about what comes next, because you indicated in your report that, or your letter, that if the court does grant conditional release,
That's
DHS
for
recommended
buying
that
your
Morgan
cat.
be
I've learned that from Jamie.
returned to WMHI for a conditional release plan to be developed with a Department of Corrections agent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What does that look like in practice? You worked at Winnebago. How does that unfold?
So what happens is, and we can't do it until the patient has been granted conditional release, because we don't want to do a bunch of planning and using the resources, and then have the patient get denied. So once that they have been granted conditional release, there is a whole team of DHS workers, people in the community, as well as whoever the treating provider is, which would be, at that time, would have been myself, her social workers, just everybody that's kind of involved in her care, her therapists. And we all meet, on an initial basis, and then usually at a weekly basis to establish a plan of care. Where will she go on discharge? What we do then is we talk about, in Morgan's case, it would be, placing her in a supervised group home, setting her up with therapists, setting her up with outpatient psychiatrists. At that point, she's introduced to her case manager in the community, who will be the one, doing supervision. There's a very lengthy process.
And you said that process of finding the group home and determining the specifics does not begin until the court approves conditional release.
That's correct.
And once the court does, then the team works with the DHS and Department of Corrections to put a more finer point on all the details.
That's correct.
And then submitting that plan back to the court for his honor's approval.
Correct.
And you know that because you've been employed at Winnebago and experienced that firsthand, right?
I've been part of those teams in the past.
Those are all my questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, is Ms. Purnell under subpoena?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, Ms. Purnell, thanks for being here today.
Well, thank you very much.
Enjoy Florida.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, have a good day as well. Further witnesses?
Yes, Lisa Portman. Do we have her on yet, Jessica?
She should get something on her herpes on her lips. Doesn't look good. I can remember the ice cream truck going into a minimum pre-release facility in Lancaster, Massachusetts on the regular, music going and everything. Yeah, well, we do have what we call open prisons. You go out and you work, and you just come back and stay in prison at night. You have your own key to your own door. It's very open. But yeah, that's, I don't know how. I think they have like a PX where people can come and That's the local supermarket supplies stuff for that shop or something like that. But no, if you have a job and you are in an open prison, you'll work your 8 to 4, and then you go back to prison. You'll probably, because most of the people who go to those prisons are most of them are drunks. So they will do, if you've been caught drunk driving or something and you go to prison, you'll be able to work. So you don't lose your job when you lose your license, but you'll then be tested when you come back, because you'll lose your privileges if you can't stay away from the.
But just so from a victim standpoint, that's we're aware of that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
What? Yeah, open incarceration. Yeah, and I think if you're able to keep a steady job so you don't lose that, that's really important for your rehabilitation. Yeah. Is the Candyman red? No, he just passed away.
Candyman real? Like,
Yeah, the guy from the movies.
I mean, go try it. Or do you have to go say Candyman in the mirror 3 times or something like that? Or is that Bloody Mary? Which one of those things? I don't even know.
You have done it, Jamie. You have said Candyman in the mirror.
Oh, we've done Bloody Mary when I was younger. You know, the whole Bloody Mary and Ouija board
We don't
stuff.
have that myth.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony Todd just passed away. And Mo was covering something with Tony Todd. I said, "Oh, he just passed away." And she was, "No, he's in prison." Oh. Light as a
Yeah,
feather, stiff as a board.
that too. It never worked on anybody. Nobody was ever light as a feather.
Oh, that's the one where because someone is, and you can lift them. Yeah, we did
You're
that.
supposed to levitate them, yeah. With your...
Oh, we didn't levitate them. We just lifted them. Which everyone thought. Yes, we did.
You're cheating.
No, because ours were not made of a feather float in the air. Ours was just to show that you could, because you don't know. It's some kind of group dynamics that you can then lift a person. It's one of those team building crappy things you do.
Yeah,
the Germans here in Niedersachsen today, like Mr. Klink sees nothing, hears nothing. No bus goes first, power out, no heather. Header. What? Only Mr. Klink I know is from Open's Heroes. No, Mr. Klink was from Allo Allo, wasn't he? Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Did work. Freaked money out as a kid.
Oh, you got it to work? I would have loved it to work. I liked being like creeped out as a kid. I liked all those adrenaline rushes.
That's not magic. It's a group exercise.
No, you're supposed to all like.
Oh, Hogan's Heroes.
You know.
Who's the guy who said "clop"?
What?
It's from Allo Allo. That's it's a story about a cafe owner, René, who was part of the French Resistance, and then Sir Germans, and one of them, instead of saying the thing when you are waving your right arm, he says "clop" instead of saying the. It's a good show. You should see it. He has his wife who he hates. Then he has the barmaiden who he cheats on him with. Then he has his his wife's mom is in a bed on the first floor where they build in a hiding place for British airmen. It's a fun show. And then they have a British undercover secret agent who is disguised as a French policeman. And all of it is, of course, in English. But to allude to him being English in France, he talks with a bad French accent. As the only one in the show, he tries to do a French accent, and that's why they know he's British, because he speaks English with a French accent. The rest of them speak English. It's a stupid show, but it's good. René, embrace me, take me in your strong arms, kiss me. Herr Flick, yeah, that's his name, Herr Flick. A Ouija board. I never did that.
Yeah, I don't like messing with those.
Hello. We need to get an hello Discord channel. Yeah, just sit and watch it. You stupid woman. Yeah. Jamie, you should. That's the thing. Jamie is gonna do British comedy on a budget, where she'll every day on Discord from
Please.
7 to 8, she will find a British comedy, preferably made in the 80s, and she will sit and watch 2 episodes every day and show all you wonderful people how amazing the British humor is. Hello will be the first. She will start that show tonight at 6 o'clock Pacific time.
Pacific time? I wonder if we gotta work then. I do prefer British. I do like British humor. I laugh at it a lot more.
Yeah, Herr Flick is a club. Yeah, Americans should really watch some British sitcom, not just The Office and say, we made it better. Watch some good old ones. Yeah, Jamie, pretty please.
The British versions are a lot better, to be honest.
Yes, if everyone watched Yes Minister, voting would be so much better. I remember when everyone was scared of those Ouija boards. That was have you ever done the thing with the finger on the glass and everyone had to blow into it and then put it on and it'll tell, and if you knock the glass over, you would die.
No.
You never did that one?
No.
You had kind of like a Ouija board, but then you had a glass and everyone would, and then you'll turn the glass over and everyone put their finger and you'll say, is there anyone there? And yes. What's your name? B A K E R. Are you a good or a bad spirit?
No.
G O O D. Can you tell us about the future? Yes. And if anyone knocked it over because you were blowing your soul into it, you would die, Jamie. You would die. It happened maybe twice a week.
Listen.
Back in the day.
Nope. You don't mess. I learned my lesson. I don't mess with a Ouija board. You can bring some bad, yeah, just like Jess said, bad juju. And y'all can have fun with it if you don't think so. I'm over it.
You're really gonna get your taxes worth of that health system. Did they go on a break, Jamie?
Yeah.
Did we miss it?
I thought he said they were.
It's on break until 2 p.m. They just pulled it off. Sorry.
Yeah.
So 2 p.m. will be 3 p.m. That means I have 40 minutes to go make myself some food. Whew. I'm gonna be stressed. No,
you have
Yes.
over an hour.
An hour and 40 minutes.
Almost 2 hours. Yeah. So you have
Woo!
plenty of time.
Well, that's fine.
I thought we were just chatting. I didn't realize you didn't. No.
No, I was just. I didn't hear them say because he said I have 2 witnesses, so I thought, oh, we're going to have another witness. But then we can end the poll, and I can go make me some wraps and
Some rats?
wraps.
Oh, okay.
Ricka wraps. Like, when you and your homegirls were out in your super pants and listen to rap
Super
music,
pants?
rap music.
What are super pants?
Super,
I did have some
super.
hammer pants when I was.
Yeah, the hammer pants, the weightlifter pants they had that kind of looked like hammer pants. They were supers or something like that.
Oh my God.
That was called super pants.
Bahala. No. Well, I don't know it. Well, my grandma sewed me a pair of hammer pants when I was like, goodness, we were going to the roller rink still, so I wore them to the roller rink. I thought it was so cool. Ugh.
Wasn't it called super pants? Yeah.
What are they?
Supers.
Let's see.
No, it's just you need the ones that's well. This is those 80s hip hop zebra pants.
They look like chef pants.
Now that's because it's zebra. It's the shape of them. This was what everyone who lifted back in the days wore because you can't see how small their calves are in them.
Those aren't as cool as hammer pants.
No, but you can get them in different shapes and sizes.
Hammer pants at the roller rink. Yep. Everybody had them.
No, I don't want to win something.
I know. Somebody sent Panella. Send him a pair of hammer pants. Make Baker a pair of hammer pants to go along with his ducky hat.
Supers is a brand of shorts and pants that became popular during the early 1990s. It was primarily marketed as an athletic wear for weightlifting and wrestling due to its stretchy, elastic nature, although became more popular with general audiences. The pants are notable for their often striped and colorful pattern displays on them. In 1988, professional wrestler Michael Heckstrand and Joseph Laurinaitis brainstormed ideas with I don't care. It was Legion of Doom. Green Bay Packers and super enthusiasts at the San Diego Boardwalk before the Green Bay Packer and the San Diego Chargers game in November 2011. Look at all those Supers pants.
Yeah, my dad had a pair. He had a pair of Detroit Lions ones.
In another sign of the resurrection of the Supers brand, on July 16, 2008, the St. Paul Saints independent professional baseball team wore super pants during their game against the Sioux City Explorers. The bases were also painted in a recognizable Supers tiger stripe pattern. On December 6th edition of professional wrestling show TNA Impact, Christopher Daniels, why doesn't that pop up? Oh, he used to be Suicide. And Kazarian, I don't know who he is. Wrestler main event in pink and black supers. The Russian curling team wore super pants at the 2014 Winter Olympics. The Detroit Tigers also wore supers in 2000. Yep. Minnesota Vikings mascot Victor the Viking usually wears team-colored supers. Jamie, I know more about fancy American cloth culture than you do.
Yeah.
No, court is on lunch break until 2:30. No, it's Eastern time. So they because they went to lunch early. 2:30 Eastern time, which will be 8:30 my time. I'll have to edit this one. 8:25. Save changes. Then it's in an hour. We will be back, Jamie. Now we have everything. No parachute pants for me over here. We did have shell suits though, because ridiculous. I got my husband weightlifting shoes for Christmas. Had no idea something like that existed. Yeah, it's with a flat, solid bottom, so you don't squish. Because if you're lifting heavy and you're the sole is flexible, you can kind of wobble around. That's not good for you. And so you use. It's the same when I train legs. I use a handbell shoe because it has less give than like a running shoe. It hurts your feet more because it's flat bottom, but that's why a lot of people lift in All Stars, because it's the crappy sole that's in them. So it's flat. No, supers were out when I was in a gang. We had that where you sew in extra fabric. So yeah, I should get some food. I'm tired.
Yeah, you need to get some.
Or wrestling shoes. Yeah, you can do it in those as well. You just need the flat surface so you don't, because the problem is if you start lifting and because of the extra weight, your heel starts moving, you'll be unstable. And if you have a lot of weight, it can be a problem.
Mhm.
Yes, I used to be in a gang. Esten Posse.
Peace and
Peace. No, isn't it peace? Peace. Have to be careful about using that one. It got other people in problems. Lost them their house or something. But
Haley, his
peace.
colors were curry yellow. Curry yellow. It's very
Yep.
threatening.
We weren't threatening no one. We didn't. We
Were you helping old ladies across the road?
No,
Were you helping the community?
No, we rode skateboards and hung out. Watched TV raps and
MTV raps.
Sang Informer, så dem slå me, I go play him. I lick your boom boom down. Check the man.
You were a menace to society.
Down the lane. I lick your boom boom down. Come with a nice young lady. Intelligent, yeah, you chocolate ID. Blah, 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 blah. See you later.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right. 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.